Hi, Emmy. How are you doing today?
I'm doing alright, MCH. How are you?
Good. Did you hear my introduction sound? I got the Metal Gear Solid alert.
I heard that. I was like, what the hell, man? I thought I was imagining things.
You can set custom soundboards with Nitro as an introduction sound. I made mine Metal Gear Solid alert.
Well, good evening, MCH, and good evening to everyone else. Welcome back to more Blaze Black. This time on my new computer, and no, I didn't fuck up. My save data's actually here, which is...
We tested it out last week.
Well, not last week. On Sunday. So yeah, it's here.
And we found the thing. Why don't you show them what we found during the test stream?
Well, let me actually get the thing loaded, because I am astounded by that. So I swear, I checked exactly where I found this. I swear I did. I wandered up and down that whole stretch of Route 4. And I didn't find it until the test stream this past Sunday, but there it is, the fucking root fossil that I was looking for.
For like 3 weeks.
Yeah, seriously. I'd basically given up and decided that I would need to go post-game where I could get it from that one guy in Twist Mountain on a chance in order to keep the 649 run alive. But somehow transferring it over to my new computer knocked the save file back into... I don't know. I don't know what the hell it did. I don't care what the hell it did.
It respawned it.
Yeah, it respawned an item that should have been there right from the start. Anyway, that's that. So something significant actually did happen during the test stream.
Well, that and the other thing, but that got fixed. You not hearing me.
Yes, they can actually hear you. The audio is working appropriately. I actually didn't check the videos like I said. I've actually been a little bit busy with various things, but I still, fairly clearly remember checking the damn video. And hello again, Ashy. Good to see ya. But I distinctly remember checking the video for that. And it wasn't... Or not checking the video. Actually checking the route. And it wasn't there. I'm not crazy. Well, okay, I am crazy.
You're maniacal, even.
Yes. Very crazy. Very maniacal. How maniacal? Apparently, I'm so maniacal that if you Google Maniacal Engineer, Google AI knows who I am and actually creates a summary of me.
Wait, what?
Yeah, seriously. Go search Maniacal Engineer, and Google AI has a summary that, at least most of the time, is specifically about me. Sometimes it's about other people, but it's mostly about me. Oh, I was not home a couple hours ago, Ashy, but like I said, I will probably try to check out your Apollo Justice streams. I probably will have to stick to the older stuff. I haven't even finished the first game yet, and I'm trying to go into it as blind as... Well, not literally as blind as possible, because that would involve taking my glasses off. but I'm trying not to spoil myself for what's to come. I'm trying to go into it without knowing just how badly things are going to turn out. Because it's kind of more fun that way.
Yeah, you're the... Huh!
Say that again?
I just Googled it. It's real. There's
I
an
told
AI
you.
Summary of all your exploits on Boulder Garden.
I told you. I wasn't bullshitting.
Described as verbose and arrogant in his writing persona, often taking a detailed, critical, or humorous look.
See? Even AI admits that I'm humorous. But also, even AI admits that I'm verbose and arrogant.
Which is saying a lot, too.
To be fair, I know exactly where it's pulling that from.
I probably figured you did, considering you probably wrote that.
Well, I did, yes. I wrote it. It's on my Bulba News byline. Like, whenever I write an article for Bulba News, there's
And that's
a little...
how Gen AI works.
Yeah. So it's not just AI calling me verbose and arrogant because it actually observed what I do. It's AI calling me verbose and arrogant because that's how I refer to myself. This one is MCH Norman's. And also, hi there.
Hi there! Hello there, General Kenobi.
Yes, General Kenobi. Oh, I forgot that I need Flash.
The one good non-OT Star Wars film.
You probably should, Normans, but it's kind of more fun to just guess which Emmy is which.
Yeah.
To be fair, I don't blame people who didn't recognize Lone from Monday's stream because he did change his avatar.
And he does it kind of on the regular. Whereas
No, he's around somewhat regularly.
I've had this one for 5 years and the old red one for even longer than that, so...
Fair enough.
6 years now, actually, but yeah.
Alright, how long until this egg hatches? Welp! That sucks. So, are we navigating through this cave without Flash? We might be navigating through this cave without Flash. I have the TM.
I like the noob on this gen, unlike Gen 2.
Well, yeah. Okay, no. Actually, Gen 2 proper, like Gen 2 on the original Game Boy, you could technically do using an exploit.
Oh?
Yeah, when you went into your like start menu, it would kind of light up the screen for a second.
Oh, yeah, that. I was thinking more like the way I got from Mount Silver without Flash one time was just literally counting steps and walls based off the map on Bulbapedia.
I mean, you could try that. When the hell was it that I tried to do that? I feel like I tried to do that for something on stream.
It worked at Mount Silver because only the first room actually has the dark.
But I feel like I tried to do that on stream for something, and I ended up in the absolute wrong location or somewhere that I did not think that I had ended up. So yeah.
Might be Dark Cave because overall Islands then.
You know, it might have been Dark Cave.
Official business.
Some people can do Dark Cave in the dark on full item randomizers. I don't know how.
Well, Mr. MCH, you have your first Little Goblin Knows Best.
Upside down.
Oh, good.
I haven't done that one in a while.
Fair enough. Let me do this.
Yeah, like...
God, I love
Dark
this new
Cave.
computer.
But yeah, like... My point is that in Gen 2, only the first room of Mount Silver is in the dark, so it makes it much easier to get to.
That is correct.
Tiles.
I mean,
It
look.
makes it much easier to count tiles than any other dark dark area in the game, including Mount Mortar and Gold and Silver, because they removed that requirement in Crystal.
Nope. I found
A lot of
the
people forget Mount
max
Mortar
potion
actually had. A lot of people
Oh,
forget
it was
Mortar
Mount
actually
Mortar.
had
I'm
dark-
pretty sure it was Mount Mortar that I ended up in the completely wrong location trying to just go around with Flash. Sorry, without Flash.
Well, it didn't have Flash requirement in Crystal. It's only Gold and Silver.
Then never mind. I don't honestly remember which cave it was that I was wandering around in without Flash. And
yeah, that's why I was mentioning Mount Mortar specifically, because that's the only cave they removed the requirement for in Crystal.
I don't know, maybe Pokey Delta Normans, do you remember? Because I swear I remember doing something like that.
I swear I do too, but I don't even. But given it's definitely not Mount Silver, considering you probably could figure that one out yourself.
Maybe it was Mount Silver. Maybe.
If it's Mount Silver, I'd be shocked, because that's like the easiest one to do in the dark.
Don't forget, am idiot.
Fair enough.
But yes, Delta, dungeon-wise, this game is identical to Pokemon Black, so theoretically, yes, I could absolutely do this by using a map if I wanted to. The question is, would it be as fun or as entertaining? The answer might surprise you.
Yes?
No.
That would be the surprising answer if you said yes.
No, I don't think it would be as amusing. I don't think it would be as amusing. I mean,
Hence,
literally
the
watching...
fact it would be the surprising answer.
Yeah. No, that's fair. But that's why I said might surprise you.
That's what threw me for a loop, because if you think it's more fun, then that would be surprising.
Oh no, I don't think it's more fun.
Yeah, that's my point. Therefore, I wouldn't be surprised if that was an answer. So
Legendary. What is it? The legendary. Because Tyrell Place would be Tyrell Place would be Mount Mortar. But MCH is saying they removed that from Mount Mortar.
In Crystal only.
But I was Crystal. The game is in fact upside down, Ashy. The reason for that is because Normans redeemed Little Goblin Knows Best, and MCH decided to flip my game upside down. That is intentional. Oops, I'm back on the first floor.
Like, I know this because I played a lot of Gen 2 and went to Mount Mortar in like over half those runs. Especially
you know, that's
in Archipelago
fair.
where... Especially in Archipelago and Full Island and Mount Mortar. It's already that perspective.
And we have the wheel spin. So let us spin the wheel.
Right? Like in randomizer settings, it's
fuck.
generally a safe place, so.
I hate this one. I hate this one. I hate this one. I hate this one.
Good!
Boo! Boo!
No, I was gonna make you lose the glasses at some point tonight too for a lawful combo of that and a left hand and upside down.
Yeah, that you'll probably get that when Snowy shows up, or I mean, just right. Chaos and crap's gonna happen when Snowy shows up, regardless.
Or if someone redeems another little goblin right now. That's not wink wink.
Yeah, sure. Wait, where am I and what am I doing? Help! I'm running into... Well, that's not helpful at all. Where's that water that I found? Hello, water.
What are you doing?
I'm looking for water. With my Midwestern accent pronunciation of water.
I know, I had to go for the pun in lieu of you, though.
I know. I am well aware that I have a Midwest...
Like, actually, recently.
The funny...
What happened when the dad told a chemistry joke? There was no reaction.
Yes. That's because when it comes to chemistry jokes, all the good ones are gone.
True.
What happened to the dead chemist? What do they do with dead chemists? They bury them. Alright, I'm pretty sure I can flip the screen right side up now, but honestly, considering that I'm mousing lefty here, and I don't have access to my left hand, congratulations, PokeDelta, you extended the upside down for longer. By complete accident, but...
Accidents will happen, but don't forget, sometimes they're intentional.
Oh, I don't think this one was on this one was not on
I know.
purpose because it was a wheel spin.
I know.
Also, Ashy, welcome to my channel. There's a reason, well, first of all, you were here on Monday, but there's a reason why I never get any shit done. And the reason is because...
Goblins, wheel spins, and chaos.
Yes, this channel basically exists not because people actually want to see story progress, but because people enjoy chaos, and who the heck am I to stop them?
Well, whatever the hell these gremlins talk about.
Alright.
We talk about a lot of the unique topics here.
We really, like, very, very rarely do we actually, especially for this one, do we actually touch on what's going on in the game.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's partially because we always have something new to talk about.
We usually do, and that's also because for the, you know, despite the fact that this is a fan game,
everyone knows the plot.
Everyone knows, yeah, it's still basically Pokemon Black, just with some overhauls. Alright, so that'll be 250, which reminds me I gotta open that count.
Oh yeah, by the way.
Yes, sir.
Did you hear that Donald Glover is voicing Yoshi in the upcoming Mario movie?
That name sounds familiar.
He's a popular voice actor. He voiced Prowler in Spider-Verse, for instance.
Crystal Rock Tunnel, Dark Cave, Whirl Island! I bet you it was Whirl Island that I got lost in with Flash. When I was actually trying to use Bulba Garden to see where I was going.
Yeah, I can name those off the top of my head. Because only Gold and Silver makes Mount Mortar, need Flash, and I've done a lot of playthroughs of Crystal.
Well, if you're...
Especially more recently for randomizer, full item rando and archipelago settings where...
But also, if you're gonna play a Gen 2 game, Crystal's kind of the de facto one to do. It's just better.
Or Heart Gold and Silver, but that's Gen 4.
That's Gen 4, yeah. I love Gen 4. I love me some Gen 4. I really do.
But it's not the original, is what we're saying.
No. Like, if you're gonna go back and play the original Johto games, I would recommend Crystal over Gold and Silver. Not that Gold and Silver are bad.
No, they're actually very impressive how much they turned around from Gen 1.
Oh my god, Gen 1 was a chaotic mess, and I love it.
But, like, it's impressive how it took us until Heart Gold and Silver were out to break Gen 2 in half. With the coin pig punch and all that, you know. Like, it's just impressive how much better coded that game was in general.
Yeah.
Give or take a Burnhill Moonball issue.
Look, basically any Pokemon game is programmed better than Gen 1.
Yeah,
but I still...
Gen 9.
I do... Well, no, I don't know if the coding in that is just bad or the execution was bad. It was bad.
But, like, what I'm saying is impressive because of how much it turned around.
Yes.
Not because it turned.
Yes, of course.
And plus, the original pin for Gen 2, remember, was going all around the Japanese regions. But because of that, they managed to squeeze, because of the quick turnaround and the premise of the game. It not only managed to turn it into a sequel to the original game, but ditched that premise and gave it a whole nother version of miniaturized Kansai region, basically.
Yeah, I still wish that Kanto was a little bit less scaled back in the Johto games, but I do understand. Right, the games are not about Kanto. The games are technically about Johto. The other thing that I would really, really love is the Johto games are still the only ones that we have where you can get more than 8 badges. You can get 16 badges, and there's just something so fundamentally cool about that.
They have different effects from the Johto badges, because Johto badges give you HM. Kanto badges give you the solid resistance.
You know, I was just about to see when it was that the last wheel spin happened. And then this happened. Well, look at that. Let me put... Well, okay, first, I'm taking off the stupid brace. Second, I'm flipping the game right side up, because it's way past time for that. And then third, I guess we're still going to stumble around blindly, because it's literally blind time.
Close enough. It's 2 birds to 1 bird of that.
That it does, Ashy. That it does. Anyway, Yoko, keep an eye on these, please. And I will let y'all know, as should be fairly obvious, I can't respond to chat because I can't see chat right now. The last comment that I saw was Ashy's about the Japan Mobile Pokemon Center. Which was really
Which they did patch a similar thing into the Virtual Console version. Now they finally give us the GS Ball.
Yeah, so imagine my surprise, by the way, when I found out that I could catch the Onion Fairy.
Well, that was explicitly in marketing for the Virtual Console version, so I knew.
See, I didn't know. I had no clue, and then someone told me that I could, and I was like, huh, that's new. Speaking of, I don't see a ball next to... I don't see a ball next to this thing's name, so I'm assuming I haven't caught it yet.
It's a Golbat! You haven't caught one of those yet?
No! How many caves have I been in?
Fair enough.
Okay, who's even my team?
Yeah, that's why the Korean version was generally played for speedruns. I watch a lot of Pokemon speedruns of old gens. Gen 1 and 2, and somewhat 3. I also watch a lot of Switch era speedruns on the opposite end of the spectrum. The only ones I don't watch are like the DS, 3DS era, basically.
Alright,
so
let's try
Game Boy
Crunch.
era and Switch era, but not DS era.
Because Crunch is not stab and not super effective. Oh god, I forgot about Rocky Helmet. Okay,
yeah,
we got this. We didn't KO.
There's a lot of fun, though, weird tech in these glitchless routes of the older games. For example, did you know, because it's technically not a glitch but an exploit, every category red and blue actually allows the Pokédoll skip in Pokemon Tower.
Allows the what?
The skip where you can skip the Marowak fight by using Pokédoll.
Huh, I did not know that.
That's because it's technically not a glitch, it's an exploit. The difference between the two in speedrun communities is one uses an intended mechanic unintendedly, whereas the other is just unintended, period.
I see.
That's like a common line drawn in most speedruns.
Yeah, no, I had no idea that you could even do that. Nada. I'll have to try it my next run.
Oh, that's a very famous glitch. It's actually in Logic, in the Archipelago Randomizer for Gen 1.
Okay, where the heck am I? I feel like this is a new area that I haven't been to yet. Or maybe it's the area that I started from. Who knows? No,
basically,
wait.
if you use a Pokédoll on any required fight in Gen 1 or 2, that you can't required Mon fights of Marowak and Red Gyarados.
Uh-huh.
It would skip the fights and just act as if you killed it.
Interesting.
but only if you use Pokédoll. It's basically using the intended way of playing a wild mon.
Yes, of course.
It's an exploit, and they realized the exploit existed, so they got around it cleverly in Gen 2. Rather than skipping the entirety of the Rocket Hideout as a result of that, you can actually, they just made it so it only skips one fight, it doesn't save much time, and plus who the hell would pass up a free shiny?
I did! In my Crystal version, I knocked that fucker out. In my Crystal playthrough, I knocked that fucker out.
I mean first playthroughs.
Okay, to be fair, nobody really knew what a... Well, back in my day when I played that game for the first time, nobody knew what the fuck a shiny was.
That's why they gave you the tutorial on it.
Exactly.
But that's my point. Like, that's why no one bothered to think of using the Pokédoll skip back then. It was because they were just bewildered by our red Gyarados.
Yes, we were. We were baffled. We were bamboozled. We were confoozled.
But you get the point, right? Like,
yes.
That's part of why I like Gen 2 as was that they cleverly got around some of the glitches or exploits that still exist in the game's code. Safari Zone and Glitch City don't include the Safari Zone. Gen 1 and 2 EXP Overflow, they start level 5. That sort of thing, you know.
There was something that I was... Oh, yeah. I actually found... What was it? 2? Yeah, 2 full odds shinies during my Crystal playthrough. A shiny...
I've only found one full odds shiny ever, and I told this story a million times because it still infuriates me.
No, I found a shiny Weepin' Bell off-stream as I was level grinding my Pokemon, I believe, for the Blackthorn City gym. And then on-stream I found a shiny Sea King. This was all official Pokemon stuff, so it was on the Bulba Garden Twitch channel. This is not official Pokemon stuff. Ergo, it's not on Bulba Garden.
Oh yeah, funny you mentioned to me having a truck Pokédoll, because remember in Fire and Leaf Green, they actually do give you a benefit if you straight the truck. It's not a Mew,
it's a lava
cookie.
Not a
Mew, though, it's just a lava cookie.
Which is disappointing, but at least it's something. And you know what? It reminds me of Lava Ridge City, which reminds me of Flannery, and anything that reminds me of Flannery is by definition not bad.
Keep in mind, a lot of ROM hacks and fan games reference that still. Like Infinite Fusion gives you the other rumored thing of the Mist Bowl that can involve any mon regardless of Stone, Friendship, Evo, Trade, whatever.
Why am I not able to surf on this water? Because I see blue.
There's only 3 Mist Balls in Infinite Fusion. One is underneath the Infinite truck.
One which ball?
Mist Ball. It's an item in Infinite Fusion that allows you to evolve any mon without care of requirement or anything.
Yes.
Based off an infamous hoax from back then.
I believe in the latest version of Pokemon Prism, they actually have a truck in whichever city's got the boat in it, and by that truck, or actually under that truck, is where you get Mew.
And that was a reference to the Quick Plays Pokemon Anniversary hack, which did that twice!
Oh, I'm sure it did. Well, again, this thing blew up.
And not only
At least
that,
I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Oh, Juggernaut! Juggernaut went down.
Yeah, self-destruct.
I saw that. Well, okay, I sort of saw that. Pretty sure it's been 5 minutes, so glasses on.
But yeah, Snowy, do your chaos, now!
Oh, hi, Snowy. Let's see... Revive? A regular revive? There we go.
Yeah, like... importantly enough, after you strengthen Trump in the first Twitch-based Pokemon Anniversary hack, it plays the Guyana, which in of itself is a dungeon made to make the TPP community mad, because it has Gen 1 surfs, Gen 1 cuts, and all sorts of ledges out the wazoo.
Alright, Snowy has said spin. Snowy's mod compensation is wheel spin, so wheel spin! Tsundere for Melee.
Right? I mean, like it is a dungeon deliberately designed to make the TPP community mad to catch Mew.
And sing. So not only do I have to beat Tsundere for Melee, I have to sing while doing it. Also,
God.
I want to double check something first, because I'm pretty sure that I caught a couple of Pokemon while I was blind as a bat. So...
Yeah, you did. You caught a Golbat. Literally, blind as a bat.
As far as things go, Melee would be able to see with his perfect vision because he is perfect. He would not need to double check anything that happened while he wasn't wearing glasses. Melee is the best. Melee is the greatest individual. We love his purple hair and his perfect personality. And I'm singing in this cave where it's dark and scary, and I wish Melee was here to light up my life and to light up this cave. I miss him so very, very dearly. He is my darling and my senpai.
But yeah, I'm really excited for the next Mario movie. It's just gonna be a good time, and I'm gonna see it hopefully at launch night, but 12, if not 5 days after.
When does the Mario movie come out, and why isn't
Super Mario
Melee
Galaxy
in
movie drops
it?
April Fools. I'm not even kidding.
That's a hilarious day to have a movie come out. The problem is the Jewish community will probably not be able to watch it because it's right before Passover.
Yeah. Well, luckily it's in the thing for 2 weeks, so if you ever go see it, you can watch it at another day.
To be fair, I took off for all of Passover, including the days that I could go out to see a movie. So I have those days free. I might take Melee to the theaters, because that sounds like a fun date.
Okay,
No, I won't actually do that. I have a wife. What?
Melee and you on a date sounds fun to me because I'm bisexual, remember?
Yes, I suppose that's true. But Melee is mine and you cannot have him.
That's fine with me. I got my own man crushes.
Anyway, that's Steelix captured, and Steelix is as hard as Apollo is for Clavier. No, seriously, I got to that point in the in the game yesterday. Or not yesterday, on Monday.
To stop anyways, so that was a good way to end it off.
I thought about saying something else, but I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna go that far. I may have lost most of my filter, but shreds of it still exist.
Hey, at least it's not the scene from Petrified Forest and Beavis and Butthead Do America. I'm thinking that scene every time I revisit that part, because I revisit that part like every couple of years, sadly. Never liked it, but it's still funny.
Well, Beavis and Butthead was kind of funny. I say kind of.
Yeah.
I swear there were trainers in
Moments
here.
of being funny, and it has moments of being unfunny, but generally it's more funny than not.
Yeah. I mean, it's also very much a product of its time.
Very 90s, which is why
Yes.
they modernized it in since the second film, you know.
I don't like modernization. Maybe it's just me, because I'm also a product of the 90s, but I don't like when they try to modernize stuff from the 90s or early 2000s. No, it was fine as is. You stop it.
Yeah, but like I'm fine if it makes sense to modernize, like King Nicole, where Bobby's all grown up, for instance.
Oh yeah, that is happening. Where the heck am I? And where is this item that's like allegedly that? Oh, hey, there are trainers here.
Like that makes more sense. Or like in this case, it just was a very Beavis and Butthead style joke about everyone being obsessed with multiverses now.
Yeah, well, they kind of are.
which is why it was prime for Mike Judge to make fun of it in the second film in the first place, you know. He had the point.
Yes. Also, I agree with what Snowy says. Franchises that try to reproduce what the 90s had without actually understanding what made the 90s special and unique? No. No. Bad. F minus minus minus.
Well, I'm fine with modernization if it actually understands that what can be modernized, you know? That's my point I'm making.
I mean,
you know?
if they're doing like a continuation of something, like obviously Bobby Hill and the way he interacts with the world is not going to be the same as Hank Hill or Cotton Hill. Also,
Yeah.
Cotton Hill is hilarious and we love him, just like we love General Timothy Treaster from the Venture Bros.
Oh God!
Voiced by the same guy who did Cotton Hill.
I know.
That's why I felt compelled to bring him up.
But yeah, like, my point is, continuations have to be done right.
Of course they do.
Very rarely are, but sometimes they can be. Futurama has been both the good and bad kind of continuations here and there. It's been continued like 3 times now.
Well, okay, I thought Boldor had Sturdy, but I guess not.
But you get the point there, right?
Yes, no,
like,
I before I accidentally KO'd Boldor, I was going to say Futurama is the kind of thing like they made jokes about it being canceled and then uncanceled and then yeah, no. It is one of those zombie franchises that dies and comes back to life and dies and comes back to life and Snowy makes more chaos.
And it's either good or bad depending on when it does it.
Yes, and it kind of also probably depends on who's in charge.
Yes. Because, like, the Hulu era is bad, but the Comedy Central era was good, for instance.
There's your two...
I don't think it's all bad, just... It has both its it has high highs and very, very low lows, personally.
There's
okay,
4.
Upside down, glasses, scenes, and no left arm. That's your 4.
That's the quartet, yeah. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna flip the screens.
Thanks, Snowy, for enabling me.
We're gonna put the brace on. We're gonna take the glasses off. Yoko, again, please keep an eye on those. They're very important.
I got official business.
And now we sing a song.
Yeah, that's because you know who owns Hulu now? It's Disney. And Disney also owns Fox. That's part of why they put classic Fox animation on Hulu now, is because they wanna put all the darker franchises they don't want on Disney Plus on Hulu. That they still own technically. Fucking monopolies.
Well, I could sing a song, or I could let MCH talk about his opinion on Disney and monopolies.
Find to sing a Disney song in the context, a good one.
You're only second best. I don't know that tune. I could probably sing it just fine if I had it going on in the background with the beat, but I'm very, very bad at singing if I don't have the beat to work with.
Depends on the song for me.
Life is like a hurricane here in Duckburg. Race cars, lasers, aeroplanes. It's a duck blur. Might solve a mystery or travel through history. DuckTales, woo! Every day they're out there making DuckTales, woo! Tales of daring, do bad, and good luck tales, woo! Danger lurks behind you. There's a stranger out to find you. What to do? Just grab onto some DuckTales. Woo! I skipped a
Meanwhile,
whole...
the only song I got on my mind is do 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 do.
Dee da dee da dee da do do dee da dee dee do dee da dee da dee da do do da dee da da dee da do da dee da dee da do do dee da dee dee do. I don't remember how that one goes. Oop! I did not mean to run away from that. I needed to catch a
I have, I'm
boulder.
not sure if Emmy has.
Has
But Emmy's not
what?
wearing glasses right now anyway, so they can't respond to that.
What are we talking about? I can't see. I feel left out. I'm scared.
She's asking if you've heard of Miraculous Tales of Ladybug and Cat Noir.
I have in fact heard of that, though I have never actually seen it.
Me neither, but I've heard a lot about it. Solar used to be a big fan, which is how I mostly knew about it back in the day.
Oh, I see. That's very good to know.
Because remember, Solar was on the Planetary Midstop before they came to Bulba, and that's how they joined Bulba in the first place, so it's like a weird crossover there.
Yes, I do remember. They're also a good friend of the Caps fan.
And me, because we...
That's why I said also MCH. I was referring to all being a good friend of yours and of the Caps fan. Doo-doo.
Yeah.
I still think one of my greatest contributions to Bulba Garden has been some of the parody songs that I wrote.
I still think your greatest contribution, well, we both know it, but we talked about it a lot, so...
Which one was that?
BMU.
Oh yes, well, that wasn't anything that I did as my official staff duties.
Yeah, you played it by that point.
Duty.
Duty, heh.
Let's all sing the duty song.
Beavis
Duty, 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 duty. Ah.
Beavis and Butthead humor.
Yeah, but that was technically Invader Zim.
True, though.
God, I miss Invader Zim. That was a funny show.
Properly. And same with Rocko's Modern Life, you know.
What the heck is this item?
And Hey Arnold. All three of them got a film that ended properly around the same time, you know.
I can't see, I'm stumbling around in the dark and singing. Imagine the other trainers in this cave.
Oh, so you're probably done with that. All four of them.
Yeah, because they all started around the same time. But seriously, imagine the other trainers in this cave. It's pitch black, and all they hear is someone thunking against the wall, singing at the top of their lungs as it echoes off the walls.
That'd be funny.
That is an intimidation factor. I do this specifically to be intimidating, so they know what's coming, but there's nothing they can do about it. The loud singing from the darkness. Also, did I catch? No, I did not catch anything else because I accidentally ran from that damn boulder.
Yep. So yeah,
As soon as this egg hatches, by the way, I'm pretty sure Larvesta learns Flash. So I will have something that knows Flash. Or that can learn Flash.
Stop flashing me!
I didn't say that I would use Flash. Nobody wants to see that.
That's the joke!
Not even my wife.
That's why I made the joke, you know.
I know.
Yeah, like... Speaking of, like, those classic Nick cartoons, I've been rewatching that good era of SpongeBob recently.
Yeah, SpongeBob did actually have a very good era.
The very first 3 seasons of first film were some of the best Colony Kids entertainment I've ever seen. I will stand by that.
I still remember that, I told you, I still remember going to see the first SpongeBob movie in theaters with my dad, which was odd, because I think we were both, well, certainly he was a little old for it, and I was a little old for it.
Given they have plenty of humor for adults in the show and movie, too.
I mean, yeah, Goofy Goober. The whole point of that show was you're never too old to be as goofy as you want to be.
Not only that, but outside. Like the episode where they learn how to swear, for instance.
You can't be a manager if you're a kid.
That fly over a kid's head, but then you get old and go, wait a minute. You know.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of kids shows do that kind. Like, go back and watch Justice League again.
Yeah, but that was the same era. I'm saying, like, that era in general was prone to that.
Yes, of course. Like, but that's what made truly great kids shows great, was that it actually had something in it that the adults watching with the kids would be entertained by, and then that you could go back and watch later on.
Or like ones that weren't unabashed to talk about dark topics like TMNT 2003 or Ben 10 or whatever, you know.
Yeah, that was a fantastic era for cartoons. It really was. Also appreciated, Snowy. I know your attention is diverted by a little goblin, and tell the little goblin I say hello.
Tell her I say hello too.
Because we believe in supporting the little goblin on this channel. All the little goblins.
Which, speaking of, I finally got back to streaming recently. I've been streaming up our Redport, and I've been doing it with Scarlet Sky, actually.
Oh yeah, you said you were going to start doing that. So you did start.
I started last week. The day I said I'd do it, I got Scarlet Sky to join me randomly, and then we've been chatting every time it happens, like we do here with you.
Excellent. Tell Scarlet Sky that his sister, Crimson Skyla, is my new computer. I would have gone for Scarlet Skyla for the alliteration, but no.
Yeah, that'd just be stealing.
A little bit.
I'll have to tell him that if I remember.
Yes. Still the only moderator on Bulb Garden to ever give me a warning. Believe me, I deserved it.
You did. I remember that.
You don't know how I... Wait, maybe you did, because you were a moderator, and you probably would have looked up my criminal history while you had that capability.
Did. Trust me, I did.
Of course you did.
I looked up another one of my friends that I had that I was infamous for scoring with again in boxes for each other with.
Look, in my defense, I have no Why is my eye going weird?
In my defense, I was young at the time. I was getting into those kerfuffles with said friend that I looked at the history of it.
Well, in my defense, I never have a defense. I really don't. Like, this is why I make a horrible defense attorney.
Yeah, you're a noodle man.
I prefer to be a noodleman. I really would. And I can't wait. I think I showed you MCH. Did I show you? And I don't think I... Actually, can I? Was I smart enough?
No, I don't think you did.
I didn't show you what I have Sirius working on?
Oh, you did. You did.
Yeah, and I do have it on this computer, so I could show it if I wanted to, but...
It's too early for that.
It is. Like, I haven't gotten any updates since the last time I showed it off. I actually haven't heard from Sirius in a while, so I should probably poke him again relatively soon.
But yeah, like, it was... Speaking of Noodle Man, you know, it runs in my genes. That's part of why I love that series, because it was allowing me to talk about Japanese law with my mom, because she was new to their style of law because of the series with me, and was basically learning about it when I was, you know. Donning says I. Well, tell Donning I say I back.
Tell Dawning the fact that she said I'm is probably what's causing my left eye to start getting blurry, even while I'm wearing my glasses. No, seriously, it's done that like twice now, and it's a little concerning.
Oh, that sucks. But yeah, like...
Oh, so you know what I realized today?
What?
This gets into... I know, Snowy, I'm giving you hell.
I am too, Snowy.
But I was at work, right? This is a story that happened at work today. And I get a phone call from a college student, an engineering college student working on their capstone project.
Capstone project?
Capstone, not Caps fan. Like, the capstone... So, think about it like, I don't know, sort of like a thesis, except it's not. Like, it's an actual project that you do.
I know what capstones are, I just think it's funny.
Well, I'm saying this for maybe people in the audience who wouldn't necessarily know. But, like, regardless, it's still not something you do until shortly before you graduate. Right? It's one of the last things you do in engineering school. I think it is unique to undergrad. So, I get off the phone, you know, again, he's looking at some of our products, wants to know some specs and things like that. And... you know, just to figure out if they'll work for their project. And I get off the phone, and I'm talking to another person about the call that I was just on, and I said, yeah, you know, I was just talking to this kid. I'm like, oh shit. That feeling when you start referring to college seniors as kids.
Oh, I've done that already myself. And I'm around that age.
Yeah, you're a little closer to that than I am.
I'm 28 now, so I would be like 2-3 years above them.
Yeah, no, well, it's a month and a week before my birthday, but I'm almost 35. But yeah, and so I had that feeling, and I was like, oh shit, that feeling when college seniors are younger than your little baby sister. Whose birthday was last week, if y'all will remember.
My brother must be going through that right now, since I'm older than a college student now, you know?
Oh my god.
He's the older brother in our family, so...
Oh, yeah. No, both of my siblings have master's degrees, by the way. Both of my younger siblings have master's degrees. It's come up in conversation how I'm the stupid one of the bunch because I didn't end up with a master's degree. And you know what my response is to that?
Well, I have a more stable job.
I mean, that's one. But two is that just means that I went into an industry where I don't fucking need a master's degree.
Which is basically the same thing. Let's be real.
Sort of. I mean, I have a contemporary, a kid I grew up with. We went to different colleges, but we were in the same, elementary school. We remained friends even after even after he switched schools, and we ended up going to different schools for high school and obviously college. But, we were contemporaries, same grades, same, whatever. I've always had a more stable career than him. Like, he's been through a few jobs at this point, whereas I've had the same job for 11 and a half years now, and it's really the second job that I've ever had. So, again, yes, I have the more stable job, but just because I'm an engineer doesn't mean automatically that I ended up in the more, technically, I suppose it tends to be more economically stable, but it wasn't a guarantee.
It wasn't. You have to blame the job first.
Right. And again, the specific field that I ended up in, which was the field that I wanted to end up in, right? I went into this, specifically wanting to be in robotics and automation. That's an industry that ain't going anywhere anytime soon. And don't confuse it, by the way. For those of you in the audience, Ashy, I think it's most specifically you who you don't know me as well, because this is only your... Which, by the way, I appreciate you coming back. But those of you who don't know, right, I work in robotics and automation, and don't confuse it for any of the AI bullshit that's going into computers. No. What I tend to do and what I tend to work on are things that actually benefit people. Right? A lot of people think, oh, automation's going to take my job, automation's going to this, automation. No. Most of what I'm working on are machines or parts of factories that would technically do things that people are already doing, but the whole point of it is to prevent repetitive motion industries, right? Let's say you've got a guy whose job in the factory right now is moving something from point A to point B. Well, you keep doing that for thousands and thousands of parts per day for 8 hours, 5 to potentially 7 days a week, you're gonna get repetitive motion injuries. So instead, you get a machine to do that and people don't get hurt. And I don't mean that as a threat.
That, if it breaks down, that's a different person's job. If anything, it creates more jobs to help.
Exactly. Yes. You need people to actually be in the manufacturing plants to make these robots, plus you need the people who are able to maintain these robots, understand how they work, and get them, and to do the initial programming to set them up. Now, again, once you have these things set up, they behave themselves most of the time, but you still need, you still need to
supervisor.
You're right. You still need to supervise it. You still need to make sure that they're greased and otherwise well maintained, right? So they're still jobs, right? It's not taking jobs away from people. It's taking the jobs that would literally be...
It's taking the jobs no one wants to do.
Well, it's not like when you say taking the jobs no one wants to do, that brings up more memories or more... what it evokes is more of a different conversation about a different topic that we don't talk about on this channel. What it does is it takes away the jobs that would potentially injure you from doing over and over and over again, right? The boring, repetitive work.
Yeah, but that's what I meant by that.
Yes. I feel like there should have been more than one... oh, hey, another item. Somehow I'm stumbling around and sort of working my way through this cave.
This is one of the Swords of Justice caves, right?
No, this is the Wellspring Cave.
Oh yeah.
The Mistralton Cave is in fact somewhere that I can go. It's a cave that I can get into, and it's a cave that I can explore at this point, and I will. Hopefully, I'll have Larvesta at that point, and I don't intend to evolve this one. I do think that they made the evolution requirement a little lower than it's supposed to be in the standard game, but I don't think it's that low, and raising this thing up from level 1 is a hassle.
That'd be feasible.
I mean, I've done it. I did it in my legitimate Pokemon Black playthrough for Bulbagarden.
That's because it's a fire type challenge.
Yes, whereas this is... I mean, strictly speaking, you can force me to use a Pokemon that is a channel point reward applicable to this specific series.
Especially since it's a catch-em-all.
Yes, well. We're getting there. We're at 253, which I believe does mean that we're in quote-unquote Gen 3 territory. So I have officially caught as many Pokemon as existed in Gens 1 and 2, though not literally all of the Gen 1 and Gen 2 Pokemon.
Just as many as there were.
Yes. Where did I even find that trainer in the first... Now I can't even find that damn trainer again. I'm so lost.
Well, yeah, but as I was saying earlier about like SpongeBob and me rewatching it, I just really miss just laughing my ass off at that show.
Oh.
It's such a good feeling revisiting something new was good and seeing it still as good years later.
Yes. No, I still occasionally... I found the other trainers, by the way. I still miss and go back to watching things like the DCAU, right? I will go back and I will watch some of those shows fairly regularly because they were the best.
And they still are, especially given they integrated Terry into the main continuity and did a sequel to the ending of it more recently as an animated film.
Yeah, no, that was just the golden age of DC in general, was the DCAU.
It was. And, like, there's a reason why Terry was popular enough to become a comics character.
Yeah, see, it doesn't always
and Harley
happen.
Quinn, for that matter.
I mean, it doesn't always happen that way. Also, fuck this thing for enduring twice.
Because, like, look at the Arkham Knight. Version of Jason Todd created just for the game ended up being popular enough that they tried and make an origin story different character that isn't Jason Todd for the role of the comics. Unpopular enough in the comics to kill him off after 2 issues.
I mean, why the fuck does this guy have Kingler?
But you get the point, right?
Yes, of course.
Like, it doesn't always work that you can backport characters like that, basically.
Jesus fuck, the only thing this guy does is protect and endure. Here we go, God. Baconator got his revenge on the water types from last time when he got KO'd by a love disc.
That was so funny, though.
I did not look up whether or not Love Disc stats were boosted in this. I wouldn't doubt it.
Given Juggernaut.
Yeah, given Juggernaut, I really wouldn't doubt it, because Love Disc falls into a very similar boat. And you have to be very careful when you say Love Disc's name. You don't want to accidentally say something that sounds similar.
Oh, I know what you're saying. I'm not gonna go there.
Yes, well.
In any case, yeah. Well, yeah. Speaking of the But yeah, like, I wanted to rewatch the entirety of DCAU, but I kind of gave up halfway through Superman and the animated series.
Okay, but Superman the Animated Series was still very good, though. And I think that's
It
where...
was, it's just I couldn't finish it, is my point. It's
Right, it is kind of long. But that's also where...
It's more burnout.
Right. That's also where the first crossover happened, though, because you had, what was it, World's Finest? Holy fuck, World's Finest was good.
And, like, the first two series of Batman and Superman were long, and then you had Batman Beyond and Static Shock, which were much shorter.
Yes.
And then Justice League was 5 seasons if you count Unlimited.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Static Shock was also a character created for the DCAU, right?
Nope. He existed as a previous character. He just, in the DCAU, they just retooled him to work as a unique concept.
Because that's
like what Disney did with Big Hero 6 on the big screen. They retooled the concept entirely to be separated.
That's still the first time that I became aware of, and that was also a good show, Static Shock.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if there was a single bad show in the DCAU, and I don't think there was.
There wasn't. There were bad games based off it. Cop Superman 64.
Look. But yeah, Batman the Animated Series was good, Superman the Animated Series was good, Justice League Unlimited were fantastic, and yes, they're sort of technically the same thing.
Batman Beyond.
Static Shock, Batman Beyond were great. What else was there? Oh, I really liked the Static Shock crossovers with the other series, too. Like, it was great seeing Superman or even the Justice League and Brainiac.
Yeah. Totally Spies, that is a weird show.
Okay.
A lot of people joke about it nowadays being like the writer's bay, this guy's fetish and all that, but I still enjoyed it.
I mean, it kind of was. Also, didn't they reboot it recently?
Not reboot, continue.
Or
this is like the first time they've continued it, though.
Fair enough, but like...
It's got the Futurama example we were talking about earlier.
Right. So... I do like that show more than I feel like I should, though.
And it's like, that was our My Little Pony Friendship is Magic.
A little bit. A little bit. But you know what? It's a solid show with an interesting premise. Didn't they have like a...
And it helps that I still like the movie where they have to deal with Jerry's evil brother. That was still the best part of it.
He was actually a villain in some of the actual episodes, not just the movie.
Yeah, he was a villain for all of season 3, and the only major arc villain to remain more than just 1 or 2 episodes, you know?
Yes and no, because didn't he create like a villainous society called Lamos or something?
Lamos, and he realized it was dumb as a meme.
Oh my god. See, that's another thing that I love, is when they make villains... I mean, he was a relatively threatening villain, especially when he first showed up and was identical to Jerry. But, like, he was by far the most threatening villain, and they still made him make an acronym like Lamos for his evil order. I don't even remember what Lamos stands for. I just remember that it's a thing.
It reminds me of... They did a similar joke in Phineas and Ferb, where Dr. Demented, the worst villain that Oka fights, named a organization for all the villains called Love Muffin.
I was thinking the same thing. Oh god.
I love that show. I'm glad that returned recently too, as another example of continuation rather than just, you know, modernization without a cause. Because like it's continuing, but it's not necessarily leaving. It's not necessarily going like, oh yeah, we're trying to recapture the magic. It's basically continuing in a sense that makes sense. You know?
Okay. So we've talked about a lot of shows that they've started to continue. But what about an actual genuine reboot that I actually think is good? DuckTales.
Yeah, true.
The DuckTales reboot is one of the...
Power Rangers reboot coming up. It's kind of weird that Disney has the rights to distribute it, especially since Disney had the rights to make it in the 2000s.
Yeah, that happened. Didn't that happen, like, very briefly, and then it went back to the original owner or something?
Not very briefly. They had it for, like, 7 or 8 years and had some good seasons and one of the worst seasons, personally.
You know, the DuckTales reboot, I'm sad that it was only 3 seasons, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we ever got the Darkwing Duck spin-off that I feel like we were promised.
We didn't, but, like, let's be fair, it's Disney.
Or the Rescue Rangers spin-off that they sort of teased.
Well, we did get that. It was actually a TV movie that talks about the current state of the industry in a lot of cool ways.
Because I really liked when the Rescue Rangers showed up in that one episode, and you get like a couple of seconds of their the Rescue Rangers theme song, like the iconic Rescue Rangers theme song.
Yeah, but like speaking of Rescue Rangers, I actually do recommend the Rescue Rangers Disney Plus film. It's got a weird premise, but like it talks a lot about the current state of the movie industry, reboot culture, piracy, and CGI and live-action remakes for no real reason are the main topics of contention in the film.
Yeah, that sounds about right. But yeah, no, I still remember Watermelon Mickey from whenever the heck they found Donald on the island.
Yeah.
Oh boy!
But yeah, like, and it's especially hilarious and they actually have references to all sorts of other franchises not owned by Disney, including South Park of all things.
I'm trying to remember that, but I remember. I think you are right.
In the Rescue Rangers reboot.
Oh, the Rescue
movie,
Rangers.
yeah.
Yeah, because I was going to say I don't remember that from DuckTales, but
The reboot movie actually had references to ugly Sonic from the initial design for the Sonic live-action films. They had a reference to South Park. They had a reference to even Roger Rabbit, because it's basically a stealth sequel to Roger Rabbit in similar sense of like lampooning the current state of the industry, you know.
okay, but getting back to DuckTales, there was a point that I wanted to make, and I can't even remember what it was. What was the point I wanted to make?
Sorry. We all have those moments
right. Because Dino Guts was talking about voice acting. Can I just say, Don Cheadle as Donald Duck is still one of the funniest and best moments that they ever had. Like, you could actually understand Donald, and his voice was epic, and everything that he was saying was epic.
Sounds illegal to make you understand Donald.
Well, the premise was that Gyro got so pissed off at not being able to understand anything that Donald was saying that he gave him a quote Barksian modulator so that you could understand.
That makes sense then.
Yeah, and then by the end of the episode, it started malfunctioning and he coughed it up. So it was just a one episode, or more accurately, I think it was maybe the final 2 episodes.
That makes sense then.
And then, yeah, they made a couple of references to it in future episodes. Like the one that had Goofy in it. And it was like as if it was like a sitcom. Right? That was one of the weirder Season 3 episodes.
I mean, to be fair, anything with Goofy is going to be a sitcom.
I've never played Kingdom Hearts.
You should ask LG and I about that. LG and I have discussed Kingdom Hearts at length.
Yeah, I won't call myself a Disney maniac, because especially with a lot of the stuff that they make nowadays. Like, I think DuckTales 2017 is the exception as opposed to the rule.
I agree. I'd also say, again, Rescue Rangers. But aside from that, not really.
Yeah, so I think we're about as done in Wellspring Cave as I can get, and I think that I got mostly everything. Granted, I can't tell you for sure that I got everything because I was stumbling around blind or upside down, or both at times. But
yeah, like, Kingdom Hearts is one of my favorite game series ever, and LG and I have discussed that at length, so...
Sure, I just... growing up, I never had game consoles. Like, what I had was the Game Boy, and that was about it. The Game Boy, and then...
And the only Kingdom Hearts on that was on the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah, I think I ended up with a Game Boy Advance, but, like, that was right towards the end of my interest in video. Obviously, I got my interest in video games back, but for a little while there, I was not as interested in video games as I once was. So, by the time I got back into video games, it was sort of the end of the DS. I'll tell you, it was right around Pokemon. So, it was Pokemon Emerald, I want to say, was kind of the last Pokemon game that I kind of sort of played. And even then, it was really not so much that. Like, I was kind of already out the door. And then I sort of came back for Platinum, but it was really Black and White that got me back into the series, and I still maintain.
Because you joined around the time of Black to White 2.
I did. I definitely did.
And with how long we've known each other, that just makes sense. I remember that.
Yeah, no, I've been on Bulba Garden since right around Thanksgiving 2014. I'm coming up, like, tomorrow is my 10th staff anniversary for Bulba Garden.
This year is my 15th Bulbaversary as a member.
Nice.
And I actually joined 2 days before my birthday.
Huh. I joined not even remotely close to my birthday.
Yeah.
Anyway, while we're in Nakreen City, I've got that root fossil now.
Yeah, like... One game I've been watching, there's one game I've been eyeing intently that's coming soon is Forza Horizon 6, because the Forza Horizon games are like the mainline Forza Motorsport games, which are more like clones of Gran Turismo and closer to real-life driving,
I'm not familiar with those at all.
Gran Turismo and Forza Motorsport try to be realistic with their physics and engines.
Oh god, that sounds boring.
It's actually more fun than you'd think. It actually led to a lot of people joining real-life racing leagues because of the games.
Okay.
But like, they're on 7 games for Gran Turismo, plus a couple spin-offs, and 8 for Motorsport, plus a spin-off. But a spin-off that's since been shut down. But the other Forza series, Horizon, is closer to like Need for Speed, Most Wanted, where you drive around as open world, just do stupid shit and have fun,
Ooh, stupid shit. My favorite kind of shit.
Yeah. Like, you can just do all sorts of shit, like drive through traffic like no tomorrow, wreck up the highway, cause destruction.
This explains why there are so many crappy drivers nowadays. They're all emulating their favorite video games.
Yeah, it's GTA, but actual driving, basically. Because it uses the same physics from Motorsport, but with more encouragement on the stupid shit part.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Either way, the first game takes place in Colorado on Xbox 360, but Forza is a predominantly Microsoft series. But the sixth game is going to take place in Japan after years of requesting it for its car culture. And yes, they confirmed the initial D car will be in the game.
Did I tell you what my boss said while we were in Japan? I don't think I did. So,
just remind me just in case.
We were observing the cars on the road in Japan, most specifically how bright, shiny, and clean and new they looked.
Yeah.
And my boss looks at me and says, "Boy, your car would not be allowed on the road here."
I remember you said this.
Keep in mind, right, my van still has a massive dent in it from where the tree fell on it, which was not my fault. And my car still got the dents in it from the accident I was in last year, where I got side clipped, not through my own fault.
After that.
Both of them are technically totaled vehicles.
But yeah, like, you get my point. Like, the car culture there, I think a lot of people are expecting a Fast and Furious collab. Because they've done that a couple times in both series. But, like, one of the Fast and Furious films really takes place in Tokyo, so it makes sense at this point.
You're kidding me. Poisoned. Strawberry. That's disappointing.
But, it should be noted that each game is set in a different location. Forza Horizon 4 was considered the best one, and it was set in the UK. And it has some really funny... It has some... The first game actually allows you to choose a character's name for a bunch of preset license plates. And yes, one of them is Bort.
One of them is what?
Bort from The Simpsons.
Oh, Bort. We all know Bort.
Bort license plates. That's just a joke.
Bart. No Bart. There was no Bart, but there was Bort. Bort!
My cousin is also named Bort.
Yes. Now how often does that come up? Wait, I KO'd it. I didn't mean to Why did... Strawberry, you're too strong!
But yeah, it was funny.
Yes.
It was funny.
Alright, Swana is not too strong. Swana wouldn't necessarily KO everything on sight. I need to catch stuff, not kill it.
But yeah, there was some fun stuff in that whole game. And it's just a fun series, and since this game's finally set in Tokyo after, again, literally a decade plus of requests, a lot of people are really...
Vigoroth.
A lot of people are really excited for it, you know. My favorite was the first game set in Australia. Some people have the original game, which is set in nondescript Colorado as their favorite, because it doesn't use any real life locations like the later games do. Second game was set in half Italy, half France, and you had a road trip flavored in it where you travel around the western and eastern half of the respective countries and cross the border a bajillion times somehow.
Okay, there was crossing the border reminded me of, like, which one was it? There was a South Park video game. What was it? The fractured butthole or something, or was it Stick of Destiny?
That's the sequel of Stick of Truth.
Stick of Truth with the Canadian border, right? That's specifically.
Stick of Truth does that as a major story bit, and then Fractured Butthole is the sequel of that.
Yeah. But, like, when you're talking about crossing the border in a video, like, that's the thing that I remember the most, is having to cross the Canadian border.
Especially at the end of that segment where they play Playing Canada from the film. Did you know those games actually canon to the show?
I believe it.
It's because the first one was teased at the end of season 17. And then while the second one takes place a few days after, it means the new kid moves between seasons.
I believe it. Alright, got Scyther.
It's actually kind of funny. Oh yeah, the second game literally makes both games make Kenny's inability to die a gameplay mechanic.
I mean, that's also canon to the series.
There's a reason, yeah.
I know, like his parents worshipped Cthulhu or something.
Yeah, but like in the Fractured But Whole's case, it ends up being a 2-turn revival, whereas in the Stick of Truth, it just he revives himself instantly. You know.
A lot of stuff here. Alright, so I'm going to take a quick break, and when I return, we're going to get back to actually catching stuff.
In the second one, Morgan Freeman's also a super boss fight.
I believe it. They have some interesting boss fights there. Anyway, like I was saying, I will return shortly.
I will also return shortly. Eat my shorts.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry. The weather... and how's the weather by you, MCH? Uh-oh, did he step away? He might have stepped away. But anyway, so the weather around here has been absolutely stupid. And like we went from about 70 degrees yesterday to and massive thunderstorm. In fact, it was, you know, we were under high risk and high flood risk, and it was a warning for flooding. That was last night and yesterday, and today it was even snowing a little. So the weather's been kind of stupid here. And that's kind of been wreaking a little bit of havoc with my left wrist and right forearm. Which, you know, again, if you're not familiar, I broke my right arm when I was 7, doing something ridiculously stupid, and I had surgery on my left wrist, which is my dominant arm, last year when I experienced problems and had something called... Uh-oh. apparently my stream disconnected? What the fuck? Alright, am I back? For some reason, it fucking kicked me out of the Discord thing.
Yeah,
But-
it did. That's why I messaged you in private.
See, I didn't see that until my internet came. Yeah, for some reason, my internet hiccuped. It wasn't just this network either. It was So yeah, internet hiccuped. That's what the problem was. Which...
I am back with Jesus that Dad tried stealing out of my hand and then putting the blame on me for crumbing them.
What did you do?
Basically, I poured myself a bowl of Cheez-Its. Dad grabbed some without permission. I tried grabbing them back. They crumbed and he blamed me for it, even though he's the one that grabbed them without permission.
I see. Anyway,
Classic parent-child thing, you know?
Yeah, well, shit happens. I didn't notice immediately that my internet was out, so I came back. I didn't do much, right? Okay, I knocked out the Roselia, that's about it.
Yeah.
And it should still be, like, I'm recording this, so whatever I did will be in the actual recording. Because that's one of the advantages of recording while streaming, is that if shit
that
like...
means it caught me yelling at Dad.
It might have.
He was
No,
throwing
it
mama
wouldn't have.
comment
It would have
and
recorded
I
everything that happened at
overheard.
my end, not your... Well, okay, if it happened while I was on break and you didn't mute your mic, then it would
Yes.
have.
Oops.
Yeah, this is why you mute your mic.
To be fair, I was in another room while I was yelling at him the first time, but then he had the goal to bring it up again, and so I yelled at him from this room right before you came back. So I
Well,
thought since stream was down, I could.
I mean, if it
happened,
happened while stream was down, as opposed to just me being away, then probably not, but I won't be able to know until I'm reviewing.
okay. Well, oops.
It just-
Either way,
Yeah, keep that in mind for the future, man.
yeah, I probably should. To be fair, I didn't expect him to, cause a huge bit about it, and I didn't expect myself to cause a huge bit about it.
Anyway, as I was saying, I actually went upstairs, kind of related to the weather, right? So I don't know what the weather's like
Oh.
in your area, but
Oh,
yes.
it's just gonna rain. It's not gonna do any tornadoes yet.
Well, see, this is what I'm getting at. Yesterday around here, we had high winds and a flood warning and major thunderstorms, and it was about 70 degrees. Today, it was raining for a good chunk of the day, and then it was snowing. So these rapid changes and rather fluctuating weather has been extremely bad for my right forearm and my left wrist. And it was smack in the middle of explaining why, for those who are relatively new, like Ashy, right, who wouldn't know, it was right in the middle of explaining why those two specific areas are susceptible to weather and shit like this, that I realized, oh god, my internet conked out. So I had to go fix that.
That explains it.
But yeah, so I went upstairs to grab some painkiller. But as I had been saying, but nobody actually heard, right, I broke my right forearm while I was 7 because I was doing something stupid, and then last year I had surgery on my left wrist for de Quervain's tendonitis, which is a particularly nasty form of tendonitis, and just as a fun fact, I'm left-handed and really could not use my left hand for most of last year. Yes, all 4 of my 4 arms.
Yes, we're suddenly Ben 10's aliens.
Yeah. Yeah. So many aliens. But yeah, that's why I stepped away. So hopefully the painkiller will work well enough and I'll stop being in massive. Plus, again, the fluctuating air pressure that happens when this shit happens also probably led to my migraine this past weekend. Combine that...
The same hunger.
Well, that thing just wants to dance, which I don't blame it. Dancing is an expression. I should give it to Tierno. What a worthless character he is.
Who?
Tierno.
Oh yeah. His sister in ZA is actually kind of cool though.
Oh good. More of him.
She's like the one good character of the main cast, in my opinion, because I never hated her Bane and Tawny like most do, but they can get annoying at times with regardless. And then there's Naveen, who
is a
for a VTuber and is very, very aggressive for no reason to everyone.
Oh, like me. Oh, Surskin.
I liked all the side characters you meet throughout the game. I just don't like the main cast, basically. Except Lydia. Lydia's cool.
Well, have not played it. Probably won't.
Probably.
I'm being worn down on it, though.
Yeah, it's because people like me have been telling you about it, so...
Yeah, well. I think the official statement is if I do, it will be after I get a Switch 2, so that I get the Switch 2 version.
Yeah, that'd be the best play, because that's the better performance version.
Yeah, and that's not going to happen anytime soon, because I have Crimson Sky.
You just bought something that we're on right now.
Yes. And she's a good computer. See, that's also how I knew something bad had happened, because there's no reason Crimson Skyla should randomly disconnect from my I mean, it's the same network that I was using on my laptop, right?
Yeah.
So there's no reason that Crimson Skyla should disconnect from the internet random. So I honestly have no clue what the hell happened, but I just went upstairs, whacked the, was it the router? And it seemed to work.
Also, like, there's also the funny part is that your wife now has your old laptop because she made some compelling arguments.
You do what?
Your wife has your old laptop because she made compelling arguments, I understand.
No, she doesn't actually have my old laptop at the moment. That's sitting on some boxes.
That was the arrangement.
She will probably get it because she did make compelling arguments, as I said, but
Yeah.
she doesn't need it right away. There's still, I think, a few things on it that I need to snag, but no, that computer, I'm looking at it right now. It's powered off and sitting on a couple of the boxes that I've gotten here from the new computer and the new monitors. It's not sitting on the box in which my new desk is currently disassembled in.
You know, I taught
putty tack?
I taught a new generation Mad Libbers the answer to what you say for the body part if you want to sound dirty but aren't. The weenus. With a W.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
It's an actual body part.
I'm sure it is, yes.
Like, it's an old joke that my brother and his best friend discovered when they were young and just took it to main every time body part came in a Mad Lib. And they passed it on to me, now I pass it on to the new gen.
Yep, always pay it forward.
Yep. This being my cousin's kids in this case.
Of course. Corrupt the new generations.
It'd be better for them than the 6, 7 or whatever.
Oh my god, don't even.
That's my point.
My brother is a teacher. And
oh god, I can see where this is going, given Gen Alpha.
He does that to relate to the kids.
That's even worse.
I think they think it's funny.
Yeah, most teachers at this point are just like finding countermeasures against Gen Alpha slang.
So he teaches English literature, right? And apparently there's a reference to 6, 7 in Shakespeare. So he said, all of you, when you do this, are referencing Shakespeare.
Okay. That's actually clever. I give him props for that.
My brother is smart.
It reminds me of my old English literature teacher in senior year of high school. Every year he would update school-related memes about, like, for whatever was the latest meme trends at the time and put them on the board. He was also a big fan of comics because he used Watchmen as a reference at one point.
Oh boy. Hello, Joe! Aside from my internet deciding to take a nosedive today for no good reason, I'm doing okay.
And aside from me yelling at my dad on stream, I'm okay.
Well, I don't know if that happened on stream. Anyone who is here, can you confirm whether or not that happened on stream?
If so, I'm sorry.
If so, I will probably delete that from whatever version of this ends up on my YouTube channel.
Good. Sorry about that. I really am.
It is what it is, man. We all fuck up every once in a while.
Yeah. In any case.
What am I doing?
Yeah. The presents? I have the present? What about me, Joe? Did you leave me out in the dust?
Present? There's a present? I don't think I've seen a present.
Or am I getting a past or a future?
You might be getting a past or a future. I'm trying to... Joe, I honestly have no idea what you are referring to. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sure that there's a specific reference that you're talking about. Are you talking about the Pokemon Presents? Because that was...
No, they say they have the present, so they probably are giving a present away.
Yes,
Oh.
I did. See? That's kind of what my brain went to. I did watch the stream on Pokemon Day, yes. It was certainly,
I did too. I reacted with it with a friend of ours.
I watched it live in the office, but I was not part of the...
I watched it live with Dakuna, a good friend of ours.
Yeah, I was not able to be a part of the live reaction with Caps because work doesn't start until 8:30 a.m., but... Uh-oh.
I still think the Fire Emblem Green having his home support is the best thing there is, especially since they added the events in.
Okay, that looks like a Gurren Lagann thing. Obviously, I'm not going to play that right now, Joe, but that looks like a Gurren Lagann thing if I had to guess. Which,
That's
again...
probably why it's a present for you.
It would be, yes. I have Yoko here. Yoko is wonderful. We all love Yoko.
We all love a girl that can and will kick your ass.
Oh, she will.
Exactly.
And if you're not careful, she'll kiss you and then you'll die.
I know. But yeah, like...
But I'll watch that after the stream, Joe. Okay.
Speaking of girls who can and will kick your ass, I'm gonna be facing Sabrina next time I stream Fire Red.
Ooh, no dark types.
The only dark types I have are Mon that have no bite.
Yeah,
That's
no.
not it for
Dark moves, but no dark Pokemon.
Yeah. Do you think they would have changed that, like they added Steal the Mind this time?
I mean, maybe. Okay, new topic of conversation. Alola forms aside, if you were going to have a Kanto Pokemon in its original form become dark type, which one would it be?
Can't be dual typed, obviously.
It could be. Well, you could... Yeah, okay, I suppose you wouldn't take an originally dual typed and make it dark.
Yeah, Arbok would be my pick, honestly.
You know, a lot of people would have that as their pick as well. I think in a lot of fan games, Arbok is part dark type. Might even be in this one.
And otherwise, I would include...
You missed my
Marowak,
internet going
maybe.
kablooey, Snowy. That was fun.
Maybe I include Marowak because of the vengeful against its mother thing. For those that harmed its mother thing.
Who? Which one?
Marowak and Cubone.
I wouldn't call those dark. Like, the story and the
Even
lore
what
behind...
dark is called in Japan, though.
Evil. They're not evil.
As in, like, revenge. That's where I'm going at.
Wait, what do you mean that I like depressing robot anime? Gurren Lagann is not depressing.
I'm the one that likes depressing mecha anime, Joe.
Okay, no,
Not depressing at all, but I watch a lot of Gundam, which is depressing.
To be fair, Big O is depressing. Okay, there's a difference between... Okay, it has some depressing moments, right? There are moments where real men will cry. Anyone who has watched Gurren Lagann will know the specific moment that I'm thinking of. But it's not...
Yeah.
Like, a lot of the things are...
It's not like just depressing all around like a Gundam show is.
Right. But I do think Big O is kind of depressing. I've decided I'm gonna ride up and down the Sky Arrow
Or the
Bridge until
Fire
I hatch
Force,
this damn egg.
But I've always been more a Gundam fan than any other mecha series, but I love Super Robot Wars. So I might try other series like... I did like how they finally put Cowboy Bebop in a Super Robot Wars game. Just because of the Western fan base of Cowboy Bebop.
I got a fish.
Ashy, I
know
have...
the premise of Fire Force.
Please see table for business.
I have seen Naruto. I
And
made
I've seen it all.
Yeah, I made it through the original Naruto and just post the Pain arc in Shippuden.
We talked about that before. I've
We-
seen it all.
Well, yeah, but Ashy hasn't been here.
Goblin business.
Yeah.
Please see table for business cards on your way.
And Snowy
I've got
has...
Goblin business.
Yep.
Why don't you be Tsundere for Edgeworth while no left hand?
Alright. Let me actually grab myself a bottle of water first and open it because I made a mistake. The last time that I was no left hand, I forgot to open my water bottle, and I could not do that without... Well,
Your right hand, that makes sense.
I could not do that with just my right hand, right? With the limited articulation that I had with my left hand. Because one of the halfway decent things about not being able to use my dominant hand last year was that I actually balanced out a little bit of the major one-sided... Because since I broke my right arm and I was already left-handed, I became significantly more left-side dominant than because everyone has a dominant arm. Even ambidextrous people have an arm that they prefer to use as opposed to the other one, right? My mom's ambidextrous. Most of the time she uses her right hand. But
I used to be ambidextrous, but I leaned right for so long that I'm just right totally now.
I am so lopsided as far as strength and balancing goes that my right rotator cuff got pulled out of alignment by the muscles in my back because the strength difference was so high.
Oh.
So that was bad. Alright, so no left hand, and Tsundere for Edgeworth. Very well.
Bobo has my favorite dub ever. Just because it uses every little bit to its advantage, and that's another thing I'd talk about.
So, Edgeworth is by far the greatest prosecutor in Ace Attorney history. He's
also a fan of the Steel Samurai. If you play Investigations, you get into his moments of geeking out over it a lot.
Yes, we know he is a fan of the Steel Samurai. He is also... He's just a sweetheart. He really, really is. He's... he starts out as this character, but, the character development that he gets really melts the ice in my cold, bitter heart. And the real reason... I know
you're lying, but a lot of other people would be agreeing with that.
The real reason that I don't ship him with Phoenix is because I don't want Phoenix to have him. I want to have him to myself. Phoenix can have Iris, but I want Edgeworth. Edgeworth is mine. He just hasn't noticed me yet. And hopefully he will someday. And
maybe if you ever make a self-insert slash Edgeworth fanfic, but don't claim it's self-insert.
No. I wouldn't doubt. In fact, I'm pretty sure I know that shit like this already exists for either me and Melly or me and Edgeworth. Which, again, I've said I'm okay with this as long as it doesn't go in specific directions that it really should not go.
That's why I said reader, not self-insert. Self-insert slash reader. Not you specifically. There's a difference in fanfic terms.
Well, you said self-insert first, but I'm saying, it would not surprise me if people are writing stories like this. And, again, to a certain degree I encourage it, but again, there are lines in the sand that should be drawn.
Yeah.
Because as much as I love Edgeworth,
You're a real person.
I am a real person, so you can mess with my character and do hilarious and stupid shit like I do, but nothing inappropriate.
That's why I said I'm talking self-insert as in, like, reader across Edgeworth, which is definitely a thing that exists, you know.
Well, fine, but I haven't written one. I probably should. Right? Writing a fan fiction about these sorts of things is definitely a way to get your senpai to notice you. Wait, why am I riding back and forth on Sky Arrow Bridge? I already hatched the fucking Larvesta. I'm an idiot. Speaking of...
I'm like, Edgeworth would have realized he hatched it a long time ago.
Yeah, Edgeworth isn't a dummy like me. It's a naughty Larvesta. Plus attack. So good when it's a Larvesta. Anyway, now that I have this thing, I will teach it Flash. Flash, savior of the universe. No, that shouldn't be a song called Flash Gordon. That should be a song called Miles Edgeworth, savior of the universe. I'm sorry, Larvesta can't learn Flash?
Everything... Actually not true. In Gen 1, everything couldn't learn Flash.
No.
Gen 1's move pool to learn Flash before Rock Tunnel was actually limited to 1%.
But Larvesta is a fire type. Although,
Yeah,
you know...
Flash is a normal type move.
Yes, but, like, it's normal... like, the biggest thing about it is that it's normally, like, light. Being... like, electric types and fire types should all be able to learn it. Because it's all about light and brightening shit.
I've seen, if you look at its move pool in Gen 1, it's electric and psychic. But yeah.
I don't know why the fuck it would be psychic.
Abba, Clefairy, Jigglypuff, and Pikachu are the only things that can learn Flash before Rock Tunnel in that game. So they really want you to hunt 1%.
Alright. Psychic types can learn it, you say?
It was mainly just 1% in Gen 1, that's what I'm saying. Do you have a Pikachu still?
Do I have Pikachu? I've got Pichu.
That works.
It does? I don't think I have Pikachu and I would need to evolve it. I've also got Mareep.
Well, I mean, Pichu has a lot of the same move pool for TM and HM.
Well, what I'm thinking is, Pichu evolves by happiness, right?
Yeah.
Fuck it. Do I not have an actual Pikachu, though? Because if I have an actual Pikachu, obviously I'll go with Mareep. You know who'd be able to keep better track of the Pokemon that he has?
Okay, Pichu does in fact learn it. I just checked on Bulbapedia.
Melly. Melly would be able to keep much easier and better track of which Pokemon he has. To answer that question that nobody actually asked.
Yes.
Not Melly,
Yeah.
Edgeworth. Edgeworth would be able to keep better track of
Wrong Tsundere!
Yeah, I know. I'm so terrible at what I do, I can't even keep track of who I'm supposed to be tsundere for. Edgeworth would never.
Well, okay, he is Tsundere.
He is.
We've seen that in the games.
He very much is. I just wish he was tsundere for me instead of that horrible Phoenix.
That noodle man.
Phoenix doesn't deserve it. Phoenix doesn't deserve a kind and caring soul like Edgeworth.
Pichu.
Well, yeah, I saw Pichu is there. I know I have Pichu. I'm asking if I have Pikachu.
I don't think you did. No.
I didn't see it, but I'm checking the Pokedex just to be sure.
Either way, as I said, it learns it. So.
Yeah, but the question is, as far as... No, I do not. Okay. The question is for Pokedex completion, right? If I
Yeah.
have Pikachu already, I'm not going to bother trying to evolve a Pichu via Happiness.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at.
So fuck it, we ball.
Yep. I've got Soothe Bells, I think.
There was a meme I remember for a bit of Sal Ballin from Dragon Ball Z. He would just like he would just like shoot hoops a lot for a bit.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I mean, what are you gonna do when you're an embodiment of every android and cell type that Dr. Jiron studied?
Be a badass.
Exactly. And what better way to do that than be a badass better than everyone at sports?
Especially since that was Yamcha's only claim to fame.
Well, that's baseball, not basketball, but yeah.
Well, he beat him at baseball first.
Yeah.
Alright. Items are sorted. Good. Now, where's my
let's
Soothe
be real.
Bell?
If Yamcha wasn't basketball, he would have an unfair advantage.
Because he can fly.
Because of his unique...
I mean, you're acting like he doesn't have an unfair advantage in baseball, given his strength and everything else about him.
Yeah, which is less than the rest of the Z Warriors, but still miles above everyone else.
Correct. Oh, right.
But like basketball, he has the bandit ball move. Remember?
Yeah,
Where
Spirit
he can
Ball.
control where it goes.
Plus, he can fly.
Yeah.
I wonder if Pichu can learn Surf. Obviously, I know Pichu can't learn... Oop, what did I just do? Stop that.
What did you try forgetting?
No. What I did was I accidentally hit... Because I'm using my right arm crossed across the keyboard. I accidentally...
You turned upside down for a bit?
No, I didn't turn it upside down. I maximized the screen when I didn't want to.
Oh. Also, I think that should be off by now.
Yep.
I'm sort of keeping track of the time for you for a reason.
Someone has to. But okay, Pichu can learn Flash, so Swanna is gonna go into the
Well,
PC.
Surf, not Flash, but yeah.
Yeah, Surf and Flash. Which is good. That's the combination that I need. What's the combination to the air shield? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's amazing. I got the same combination on my luggage.
and they were joking. That's the number some guy puts on their luggage.
Yeah. That's the combination an idiot would have on their luggage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, man.
Mel Brooks is a comedy genius.
The best. I don't think there's ever been anyone like him before, and I don't think there ever will be again.
Especially with how much he makes fun of fascists, as they deserve.
Well, no, I mean especially with how much he makes fun of just about and his particular sense of humor.
Yeah. And he's strong and savvy about it all, too. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, he's smart. He's a smart cookie, that one. Alright, we're gonna put Swanna in box 32, or 16, or whatever the fuck, with the rest of my team. Not because Swanna's an actual team member. She deserves honorary status, though, because my computer is Scarlet Skyla. Or, not Scarlet, Crimson Skyla. And also because that's my Surf and Fly. But we are putting Galvantula back into the team.
I forgot about Alberta.
Yeah, we kind of all... Well, okay, no, I didn't. Alberta's my actual starter. I'm not training her up right now because the next gym is the ice gym, and Jesus fuck, she's gonna be horrible. Like, just a tiny bit of ice. Like, a single snowflake will knock her out.
Yeah, that's how Superior dies to ice types, really.
I mean, especially in this game where Superior is Grass Dragon.
Oh, they add Dragon type to it.
They did. And FYI,
even worse.
FYI, Embor is not firefighting as fire ground.
I remember you mentioned that.
And
Which, to be fair, 3 gens in a row was overkill for that.
was bad.
Combo.
And then Samurott actually got the fighting type.
Which makes more sense than Steel or whatever it had before.
It had none. It was just pure water.
Either way, it makes more sense.
Yeah.
It's Samurai.
Okay, so here's a question for you. Which do you prefer? Starters that are all monotype or starters that are dual type?
Dual type leads to more interesting concepts. Like how all 3 Gen Gen 6 starters had a secondary type triangle in them with Dark Fighting, Psychic.
Yeah, but unfortunately that one doesn't work well because instead of resisting, Psychic Dark is immune to it, but I get what you're saying. What I don't like is when some of the starters have dual typings and others don't. So, right, Gen 1, poor Blastoise. Gen 3, poor Sceptile. Gen 4 was Gen 4 was the first one where all 3 of them had secondary types.
And Gen 2, they were all monotype.
Gen 2, right, Gen 2, they were all monotype, but, like, I'm okay if they're all monotype or if they're all dual type. I'm okay with it. I don't like when some of them are monotype and some of them are dual type.
Yeah, which luckily they fixed with Samurott in the Hisuian form.
They did, but that still leaves Superior as the only plain grass type. And really, in the Unova game where you actually get Oshawott, it doesn't do anything anyway. Like, I almost would have just preferred that they don't give Embor a secondary type than the 3rd firefighting in a row.
Yeah.
Ah! Evil!
Yeah, exactly. That was just evil.
No, I'm talking about Mime Jr. Run away!
Oh!
Run away, Mawile!
Good thing you caught one already in this game.
Yeah, I do have to evolve it, but...
Hey, at least it doesn't have a hurt tier in this gen.
Hey, at least I don't have to lick it in this game.
Or, again, the fact it doesn't become Charlie Chaplin yet.
Mr. Rhyme isn't as bad as you think. Like, I don't mind Mr. Rhyme.
I don't either. It's Charlie Chaplin.
I do think that the Ice Psychic type was an interesting direction to take it in for a Galarian form, but...
It's still cool that they gave a reference to them in the first place.
I was saying this Monday. The biggest miss from Sword and Shield is that it didn't have an Elite Four, specifically an Elite Four that referenced the Beatles.
True! Or literally, or better yet, have one reference all 4 bands in the British invasion. Fight Paul McCartney, fight Pete Townsend, fight someone from the Kings, and then fight Mick Jagger. Fight someone from all 4.
The thing about the Beatles specifically, though, was they were known as the Fab Four.
Yeah. Not only that, but Rillaboom is quite literally just Ringo Starr.
Yes. So, again, it's such a missed opportunity.
I get why they did it the way they did, because it's a knockout tourney, but it's still missed opportunity.
Yeah. Horrible, F-, bad decision. Game Freak smells.
I think the knockout tourney is okay. It just would have been better if they were in a different region.
I mean, the thing about Gen 8, like the Galar games that I will say, because as far as Pokemon games go, they're very mid. Like Leon, and again, I've said this before, I'll say it again. In the games specifically, he's a champion that's tell, don't show. Where they're constantly telling you he's unbeatable, he's unbeatable, he's unbeatable, and I'm like, okay, I have yet to see any evidence of this.
And then by the time they do show you, you already unraveled the evil plot of the game.
And he got landed on his ass by not even Eternamax Eternatus, but by the Eternatus that I one-shot with my Excadrill.
Yeah.
What a fucking fool.
Whereas in...
But let me get to my point, though. Right? So, the games in general are very mid. As far as champions go, Leon is probably one of the worst ones. But the one thing that the Galar games do above and beyond any other game is, holy fuck, do they nail gym battles perfectly.
They do. But also I think Gen 8 in general is just... Gen 8 as a game is just missed opportunity after missed opportunity. It had lots of potential, honestly.
Yes. Yeah. I'm not disagreeing.
The story about passing the torch is unique on paper. Especially one that's about passing the torch especially one that's like passing the torch after you're locked out. After the main characters try to keep you locked out of the loop for so long, but end up in it anyways.
I mean, the one thing that I halfway respect about it is they are technically the only games where they question the intelligence of throwing a 10-year-old at all the world's problems.
Exactly, which is why...
But that also is boring as shit gameplay.
It's good on paper, poor in practice.
Yes.
Because, the concept of, oh, you really think the adults will let you in on the evil plot because you were in the vicinity? It's cool in some version of expectation in paper. But in practice, it leads to boring-ass story.
Right. Like, would Looker really recruit a kid to help him storm the Team Galactic base? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Are you kidding me? But it wouldn't be any fun if I didn't get to do that, because I'd miss a whole chunk of the plot.
Exactly. And it just again, like, the game had a lot of stuff like that where it's good concept, poor execution, or just good concept, period.
But I have Flash this time.
You could probably, come to think of it, aren't the Cherish Balls 100%? You could probably Cherish Ball the Swords of Justice and other legendaries.
We'll see. I don't actually know if it has reused animations. I don't pay that close attention. Okay, well, then Ashy is right. I don't pay that close attention to animations.
The animations from XY have been reused all the way up to Sword and Shield. I mean, all the way up to Sun and... not Scarlet and Violet, that's what I mean.
I can believe it.
It's not the first time they've done such a thing. From Japanese Stadium 1, like Stadium 0, all the way up to Battle Revolution had the same animations, even after they changed developers from HL Labs to Genius Sonority.
I believe it. Because it's just kind of
reused animations aren't inherently a bad thing.
No.
Some people like to make it out to be, but if you can have a quick turnaround like that, you gotta use the shortcuts at your disposal.
Yeah, there's nothing inherently bad. Like, what I complain most about as far as Game Freak's decisions go is weird release times and half-baked games like how Scarlet and Violet turned out. But I don't call Scarlet and Violet half-baked because of animations. I call it half-baked because of all the fucking problems that it had.
Yeah.
And I still appreciate Scarlet and Violet's story and characters.
Exactly.
But I don't let them get away with crap.
Or what it tries to do with the gameplay, for that matter, too. The Legends series being experimental gameplay-wise is a damn good idea.
Yeah, I mean, again, I was dubious of Legends Arceus until I started playing it, and it's probably my favorite from the Switch era. Also, Jesus fuck, that Mammoth Swine was quicker than I thought.
After playing it, but which made me dubious as yay, but then I played it and enjoyed that a lot more, you know. So it's like down to personal preference in that case, but at the same time, they're experimental games, and it's an experimental sub-series to the main series, basically.
And you have to give them room to experiment. Otherwise, it's going to become stagnant.
Which is like something, which is why the series has become the way it is because it's been stagnant for so long. Same for like Dragon Quest.
Well, it's why X and Y are such boring-ass games.
They're strictly formula.
Yes.
Dragon Quest at least tries new story stuff in the process, but the gameplay has been the same since Dragon Quest 2, and that's because it's so popular in Japan, they kind of need it to be, you know. But they always try new story stuff to get around that, which XY didn't even follow that. It was strictly formula and story too.
Well, I mean, the story itself was almost a copy-paste of Diamond, Pearl, Platinum.
Almost.
Except legendaries of life and death instead of time and space.
Like, this is just interviews, of course, so it's not actually what's reflected in the game. But the main plot of the game is supposedly about chance meetings and when the x-axis meets the y-axis.
Yeah, that does not come across very well. I'm sorry.
It does not.
They did a shit job with that story.
Yeah, I know. Because, like, it's supposed to be like, oh, you meet these characters and suddenly your life has changed. But they don't do that in XY itself. They do that in ZA, the game that redeems XY in a sense. So it's like, you should have done it in the original game if that was your intent, you know?
I mean, the biggest thing that I remember about XY is the fact that none of the characters are memorable. Like, literally none.
I mean, Shauna is about it, but yeah.
Even her. Like, Abby and Dawning refer to her as Lesbian Fireworks Girl, because they always play as the female character. But even they forgot she existed.
I didn't, but the character I forget exists is Wolfric, but that's because I just tuned, for the longest time I blocked out of my memory the fact he smacks his belly.
Which is an interesting choice.
Yeah. But like, I will say, the E4 in that game were more interesting than some people give him credit for. Drasna not so much, but see Bull just going ham on you if you say no to him is so fucking hilarious.
I mean, to be fair, it's the only game that has an Elite Four member who was a member of the villainous team. I have one problem with this, though.
What?
They didn't fucking do anything with that until after the evil story was over. So even though she's technically a member of the Elite Four and Team Plasma...
they foreshadow it if you pay attention to the Spot Pass news, because she was always on the news for the Holocaster service, so it was implied she was spying on them.
But it doesn't really, like... Lysander is like... But, like, she clearly could have kicked your ass. when you were just starting to meddle with but like, you never battle her until the Elite Four, and then it sort of half comes out that she's a member of Team Plasma. Or not Plasma, Flare. Jesus fuck. She doesn't deserve to be a member of Team Plasma.
Either incarnation, no less.
Yeah. And, you know, again, the shame is that she's a cute-looking redhead that specializes in my favorite type.
And she's evil.
But she's evil. So that makes her... And she literally threatens to kill the player. So that's an F-tier redhead right there.
But, like, it's also like, she's memorable because she's evil. Cyborg is memorable because he yells at you before battle if you say no to his philosophical rant.
And Wickstrom's just a guy in armor. And Drasna's high as fuck.
Drasna is literally just, what if we took Drake and made him not memorable?
She's high as fuck.
Exactly. But it's still more memorable than... It's still more memorable E4 than some people give it credit for as a result, you know?
I mean, again, the only reason I really remember is because I recently played Y. About the only one that I would remember, quote-unquote, naturally would be Malva.
The only one I remember naturally would be Cyborg, just because, again, yelling.
Well, yeah, but because she's evil and because she's a redhead. And fire type.
So that's more pertaining to you.
Yes. Which, again, she might be a redhead, but F tier.
Yeah. And, like...
Wait, why am I using repels? I don't want to use repels. I want to run into Axu. I'm an idiot.
Then there's also Jin. I always forget Aaron exists, though, of E4 members, speaking of.
I don't, but that's just because, like I've said, I'm a Sinnoh junkie, and...
I am, too! I still forget about him. Like, I remember Lucian, because he always got those hands.
I mean, I remember the massive glow-up that Aaron got. Like, more so than even Flint's glow-up, I remember the glow-up that Aaron gets between Diamond, Pearl, and...
they actually allowed him to use his type similar to Flint.
Well, no, he used his type in Diamond and Pearl, but had Pokemon like Beautifly and Dustox.
And he didn't have a young Mega yet.
No Yanmega, no no Vespiquen? I don't think he had Scizor either. Or Heracross?
Vespiquen isn't worth wearing on mention because you could get that before E4.
Okay, fine.
But, and then there's, of course, Flint is the one everyone talks about because he plays an important role in the story and his infamous Diamond and Pearl team.
Well, he plays a somewhat critical role. Like, he introduces you to the 8th gym leader who's having a funk, but, like, you could have had...
he's best friends with the 8th gym leader, and his younger brother is important to the post-game plot.
Is it canonically confirmed that Buck's his younger brother?
Said in dialogue multiple times.
I don't remember. I honestly don't.
Like, I do, because this was a thing. This is, like I said, I'm also Sinnoh junkie, and remember in the quotes. Let me just go to trivia.
Yeah, take a look, because I don't doubt it. I just don't remember it off the top of my head.
His grandfather runs and cooks the battleground while his older brother is Flint, says so on Wikipedia.
Okay, but what's the exact quote?
I'm looking at that next.
Because I know about his grandfather and the battleground. Like, that's one of my favorite additions to Platinum.
Yeah. Before battling Volkmore and Flint, in the fight area.
Okay.
Yeah, he finds his connection to Flint at first in Platinum, so I'm gonna have to. My big brother's one in Elite Four, and he says in Stark Mountain when you talk to him while walking.
Ah, I see. So it's not necessarily one of the things people would see automatically, like as necessary dial. Because I admit that I do this, but how often do most people actually turn around and talk to their companion
Yeah.
when you're walking around in Pokemon?
Especially in that game where you have multiple chances to do it with 5 different people.
Yeah, and the game is, as much as I hate to admit it, a little slow.
Yeah. He's...
What? Slow? Me? Sorry, I was trying to make a reference to that one scene from The Simpsons where Homer got called slow, and I failed.
I remember. I remember on the opposite end of the spectrum, there's a time he refused to remember the name of. He didn't remember correctly the name of the film Speed. I think it was called The Bus I Couldn't Stop.
We're getting somewhere. We've caught almost 20 Pokemon today.
You have a metal coat on hand, actually.
Did it?
No, do you?
I think I actually already caught Steelix, which is kind of funny because I caught Steelix before I caught Onyx.
Yeah, that's what I was asking, but okay, that makes sense.
Ooh.
Yeah, like... What do?
Larvitar.
Oh, I see what though. And that's an easy level up to Pupitar at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, and there was Gibble in here too. It's in the level 40s also. Like, this is a good place to catch some pseudo-legends. Well, down goes Pichu. Hopefully it at least gets the static in. It did not. Because I'm pretty sure the problem is, most of the Pokemon that I've got on hand will KO this thing.
Goodness full send it on the Ultra Ball. If you don't have any status moves.
I tend not to. I go all-out offense. It's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, I tend not to either, but sometimes I still keep around a Thunder Wave or Saint, so...
Well, I technically had a Thunder Waver, but level 25.
Oh, you almost had it first try, too.
I saw that. I was sad that it didn't actually catch, but oh well.
Free shakes is always the worst feeling for breaking out.
No, a critical catch that fails is worse.
That too. But that's, I'm talking like in older gens before crit catches existed.
Well, crit catch exists in this game, so...
Yeah.
Like that.
Nice.
Booyah.
Wait, let me turn on the...
That's 20 caught today. Larvitar's solid, and Tyranitar is good.
Yeah. In any case... What were we talking about before that?
Do I remember?
Oh yeah, it was E4s.
Oh, yes.
Because, like... I remember as a kid, I thought Drake was more badass than he was, and he's already badass. But like, I thought he was even more badass as a kid because his in-game sprite made it look like he had one arm. Like,
I suppose
like,
you're right.
This dude has one arm. He must be totally cool. You know, the kid.
Yeah, his other arm got torn off by a dragon in a ferocious struggle.
That was actually what I thought.
Yes! No, of course you would. I get it, man.
And-
I get it. I didn't just say that because it was... Oh, here we go.
Yeah, it's just like
My boy. My beautiful boy.
But yeah, it's like it's a great. It made him more badass than he's already badass. Don't get me wrong, but it made him more so than Chippy. You know, you get my point.
Yes.
And imagine my disappointment when I later watched the anime and found out he did in fact have two.
Okay, to be fair. First of all, I just caught my favorite Pokemon line, so booyah. But also, to be fair, even if his in-game sprite was supposed to have one arm, do you really think that they'd have put that in the anime?
Yeah, fair enough. Maybe the manga, because the manga was always darker, but definitely not the anime.
But speaking of arms, hooray! I caught the robot arm.
Yep, you got that eat to gross.
What to nickname this? Someone give me a nickname for this. I will
Xana.
probably... Say that again?
Xana, X-A-N-A, after Code Lyoko, one of my favorite anime shows.
X-A-N-A?
Yep, it's an evil, malevolent supercomputer that can affect the real world via a sort of technological ghost-like possession.
I like that it's got X at the beginning of it because Metagross has big X on face. Good job!
But basically, that show got really dark for another kid's show from the 2000s, because it got some it was a French show that was styled like an anime. It
Okay.
revolved around the secrets about a mysterious abandoned government project in a factory close to their school that only the main characters knew of,
Huh.
and the ties it had to their school in the past.
Very interesting.
And the main villain was literally just an evil supercomputer that could possess objects of later humans, despite being a computer from a different program, you know. It's a very interesting premise, and it dealt with some pretty heavy topics.
Yes, computers can be heavy. Anyway, I'm seeing all these Rhyhorn, and it reminds me, just before my stream today, I evolved my Rhydon into Rhyperior in my ongoing ground-type run of Platinum. I have defeated the 6th gym. Oh, hey! I don't have this. No, wait, I do have this. When did I get Dino?
Oh yeah, at one point in the finals, in the climax of the spring season, and leads into the final season, the main said computer Xana actually pulls an AM and turns a character into their puppet, while making them fully conscious the whole time, realizing they're in no control of their actions.
Ooh, fun.
So it's literally just pulling an AM, you know. I have no mouth on my screen.
Look. If the AI that was controlling me was AI Sada, I feel like I'd be okay with that. She's not a redhead, but she's still great.
Yeah. But like, you get the point.
Yes.
One of the main characters is a pink character, so it's close enough to redhead.
Close enough. Again, it falls under the general category, right? Red hair, like red is best. And then you do have the orange and the pink hair, which technically fall under that category.
And somewhat purple.
I
Not
dislike
Melly's
purple.
Just like purple in general.
I dislike purple hair.
Fair enough.
There's one reason I really dislike it. You might be able to guess.
Yeah. And like I said, Melly.
Yes.
Anyway.
Come on,
Sometimes
Bagon.
they'll show. Pieces are officially uploaded by the original creators on YouTube too, in both the original French and the English dub.
Try a Dusk Ball. I need to buy more Pokeballs when I'm done with this.
You get the point, right?
I missed the point, actually.
All 4 seasons are officially uploaded on YouTube by the original creators, if
That's
you ever want to
nice.
check it out. In both English and the French original.
Oh no. Oh no. Not watching that in French. Probably sounds
Well,
funny.
okay, but it has an English dub too, is my point.
Sounds funny. French sounds funny.
Why do you think I have this outrageous accent?
Yeah, that's still the best portrayal of the French in any media whatsoever.
I mean, Monty Python is another one of those comedic geniuses.
They are.
Sadly, their films had a middle slump with what Meaning of Life, but the first and third of their films are fantastic.
Meaning of Life got weird, man.
It did, but like, Life of Brian and Holy Grail are masterpieces.
Oh, Holy Grail is fantastic, and Life of Brian is also really, really good.
There's a reason why. It's just that they clearly had a middle child syndrome with Meaning of Life.
Meaning of Life has some interesting moments,
Yeah.
but... And some funny
It doesn't
moments.
hold a candle to the show in the first and third films.
Alright, so Rock Slide is strictly inferior to Strength in this game. 5%.
I remember my brother and I actually watched, when the Spam Museum first opened, we actually made sure to grab a can of Honey Grail Spam from the Spam-A-Lot musical.
Yes.
They don't make that flavor anymore, and it's sad.
Well, they don't make a lot of things anymore. They don't make me anymore.
Yeah.
They
Yes,
made
do.
one, and it's like, Jesus fuck, what did we do?
No, they made 2. Your little sister.
No, she's technically a different and newer model.
Fair enough.
And she would say improved.
She probably would be.
I say she's small and... I would say that she's tiny.
I mean, she is mini-me.
Yes.
Hey, that's another film series I love. The first one was kind of a parody of itself, sadly.
Well,
First two
they
were
literally start it with a movie of Austin Powers, and they end it with a movie of, like, an Austin Powers movie within an Austin Powers movie, so yes.
Yeah. It's like, the first 2 are classics, the third has its moments, but otherwise it's not as good.
I mean, I don't necessarily like the first as much as I like the second two, but that's because the characters of Mini-Me and Fat Bastard actually add a heck of a lot to the second movie specifically.
The first movie, the Fat Bastard doesn't have as much in the first movie as he did in the second, though.
No, although the sumo wrestling scene with him is funny.
As is the final scene where he slims down.
Yeah.
I kind of went. There was a deleted scene where they had that one guy who never dies for the first 2 films appear in the third, but he's still been. But they cut it, sadly.
Mustafa.
Mustafa.
Played by Will Ferrell?
Yeah, I think it was. But like it was. They weren't gonna have him in the third film, but they cut his scene.
Which I don't understand why. That was such a funny...
Because his whole gimmick was that I never died.
Yes, but that was such a funny recurring joke.
It was. I'm very badly burnt. You shot me. You shot me right in the arm.
My name is Mustafa, and I am the man who will be killing you now.
Yeah.
The other part of his gimmick was that he answered a question if you asked it 3 times.
That was mainly the second one.
That was it, specifically the second one. But still. Yes, we missed you, Snowy.
Maybe not. Yes.
My internet didn't conk out since you left last time, though. That was a one-time thing, and I still haven't figured out why. I blame the cats. I don't know why, but I blame the cats.
But yeah, like... I also love how Ozzy Osbourne made fun of a repeated joke randomly in the first film.
Yeah. Look, Ozzy Osbourne...
Boobs!
Boobs, Ozzy. They make it all boobs.
Yeah. It was ironic when we had that reality show too, so
Ooh.
it made sense. Rip to that
Pupitar.
legend. Rip to that legend.
Never blame cats, they're in a position to make my life... They can, but I think that part of what they did was try to make my life a nightmare this time. With the internet cutting out. I'm not exceptionally worried about catching Pupitar. Larvitar will level up once and become Pupitar at this point.
Yeah, like...
Zwilus, on the other hand, I'll try to catch.
Second awesome power. Private! We got a rock on our hands that looks like 2 balls! And 1 strike! God.
Yeah.
That was such a stupid joke. I loved it.
They had a lot of... But, like, again, they just do what they're gonna do.
Yeah.
And... some movies are stupid fun, and you kind of have to let them be stupid fun.
Exactly. Kung Power to the Fist is one of my favorite movies of all time for that reason. That's all done! Now with 10 books, baby! You want fries with that? Guess what? What nuts?
Alright, let's see if I can catch this Zwilus.
Hey, it can evolve faster. It won't evolve as fast as Gets's, but it will evolve faster than normal.
I mean, I couldn't tell you what my favorite movie is, but I can tell you that there are a lot of good movies out there.
Like I said, one of my favorite movies, you know.
Well, no, I'm talking to Snowy. Right, Snowy says he
Yeah.
doesn't have a favorite movie.
Oh, fair enough then. Yeah, for me, I have a list of what I consider my favorites, but nothing concrete at number one spot. Same for games. You know.
You don't... Wait. Why don't you like movies, Snowy? There are some good movies out there. And Zwilus in a premiere ball.
Hey, if the dust balls didn't work, throw all just a Coke ball with all of the colors.
Exactly. It's kind of what I was thinking. Actually, I was aiming to use the dust ball again, but just didn't hit the left button enough. Or the right button enough.
You didn't just use the last used item button.
I could have. You know I don't like making my life easy, though.
Fair enough.
Juggernaut.
Juggernaut, bitch! Look, I have to reference that every time he comes out for that reason. Yeah, I should reference that in a Lego game. They just cut him off at the B for obvious reasons of Lego.
I am still so amused by Juggernaut's existence.
Yeah.
I mean, Snowy, on the one hand, I get that. On the other hand, there is something, and again, I say this as someone who hasn't done this in quite some time, but there really is something about the experience of going into a movie theater and seeing something up on the big screen, and if you're going to do that...
You killed that Pupitar instead. Alright, because you're gonna evolve one.
Yeah, I don't really... I mean, I could have done the same thing for Zwilus, because I have a Dino, but, like, Dino seems like a bigger pain in the ass to raise up.
Yeah. Thank you, yeah.
Revive is
Are
what I was
real
looking for.
experience. That's why they're so cool. And like...
But yeah, so in some cases, right, I agree with Snowy that, like, they try to cram a bunch of
pacing
story.
issues, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's part of my issue. Well, okay, that's part of my issue with the MCU. The other part of it...
To be fair, that also just got worse over time.
Well, right, but the other major thing was that eventually the MCU kind of stacked on itself so much that it made no sense unless you'd seen about 50 other movies. And, like, I am not...
To be fair, it did have a great payoff at the end of it. And
Okay,
then after that, it just didn't know what to do next.
But I wasn't about to go and watch 100 movies just for one that's pretty good. Yeah, it was right. I caught Steelix before I caught Onyx. Haha, very funny.
Being better than usual. But ever since Endgame, they just don't know what to do anymore. They lost their vision after the plan. After all the eggs they laid got hatched, you know?
To be fair, they called it Endgame, and they should have left it as such.
Exactly! But Disney had a bright idea in their heads to continue it.
I mean, here's the thing, and this is the case with just about anything. Right? Either a series or a whatever ends too soon,
or too late,
or it lives long enough to see itself become the villain. Yeah. And in the case of the MCU, right, it was always going to be the latter. Because as long as it was still making money, there was no way that... Yeah,
as long as it was making money, it was going to live past its initial end goal.
Right. And at this point, I'm not going to say that it's not making money. But it's just not making the same money that it had.
Yeah. But yeah, like... with pacing issues, it really depends on the film, too. If it's an original film, like non-adaptation or whatever, it leads to better pacing.
I mean, so one of my biggest things is when looking at, you know, adaptation films, look at the Harry Potter movies versus the Harry Potter books. And I'm not just talking about stupid things that they change, like, did you put your name in the goblet of fire, Harry? Right? That everyone always talks about. But I'm talking about shit that was completely cut out. Like, if you actually watch...
The sixth film especially cut a lot of the plot.
Well, but here's the overall point. Like, if you only watch the movies and you've never read any of the books, you will not have a cohesive story there. There is so much that you will be missing.
Oh yeah, but like, that's why I prefer like the Lord of the Rings trilogy, because they were 2 hours apiece, except for the third one, which is 3 hours.
So
like, they were unabashed to cover the whole thing.
And they still cut some of it out.
They still cut some of it out, but then released that cut version.
Yes, and that, to be honest, I watched that version with my wife. Like, when I first went to see Fellowship in the theaters with my dad, I was a huge, and I still am, a fairly big Lord of the Rings fan. I saw that movie, and I got so pissed off that I never wanted to see another one.
I don't know how, because considering that's like one of the most beloved adaptations ever.
I was a kid, and whatever the fuck they did in that movie just did not jive with what I had imagined it to be.
Fair enough.
Then, a few years ago, my wife, who's also a Tolkien fan, actually has the director's cuts of those movies, and she convinced me to watch them with her, and I'm like, okay, we're talking about, you know, multi-hour movies where I get to spend snuggled up on the couch with my wife. If nothing else, I am snuggled up on the couch with my wife watching movie and eating popcorn.
2 hours before the extended versions.
Yeah, and this is the extended version. So I watch them, and I like them. Like, I'm not
Yeah, they're just great. Peter Jackson did a good job.
He did. And, you know, again, just something when I was a kid I really, really did not like about the Fellowship of the Rings, and I would not touch those movies again. Then we went to go see, well, actually, no, we went to go see the Hobbit movies before that, because I think the Hobbit movies...
those are actually awful.
Well, I was going to say, I went, those were coming out while I was in college, if memory serves. And, yeah, those were hot garbage.
They had the opposite issue of pacing. They stretched it too thin.
They did, and they took one of the best scenes from the book and turned it into the complete opposite of what was so brilliant about it.
Yeah.
Which scene do you think I'm talking about?
I don't remember. It's been a long time since I read the book.
Specifically, I'm talking about their escape from the Wood Elves.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because in the book, the whole point of the escape was that it was extremely stealthy and the elves never knew. Well, okay, obviously they'd figured it out once they went to the... But, like, it was a stealth escape. And it was brilliant because of that. But in the movie, that's boring as shit. People don't go to the movie theaters to watch them escape silently and cleverly through a barrel. So...
That's a different story, though.
Look. So instead, they had the brilliant idea of changing what was supposed to be a nice, stealthy escape into a massive three-way battle between dwarves, elves, and orcs.
Makes no sense.
And then you had Bomber and his barrel rolling over and killing everyone. Fucking Christ, man. Like, you want to talk about a scene that gets memed on. That is a scene that gets memed on.
Then there's, they were... Funnily enough, did you know, before they lost the rights to that shitty Amazon series of exclusive Tolkien rights, they were gonna do a Fourth Age series.
A what?
Fourth Age. Like, WB was gonna make a TV show based off the Fourth Age, which was implemented in just a paragraph.
Huh.
So it would have been uncharted territory, and they would have had input from, like, Tolkien's estate and stuff to make sure it was found consistent lore-wise, you know. But got canceled and Amazon got Rings of Power, and we all know how that turned out.
Ugh.
God, imagine thinking you could have an I Can Fix Them unironically for Sauron.
I mean, again, it shows that they have no concept of what the material is supposed to be. Which surprises no one.
And like, speaking of Sauron though, one of my favorite RTS games, Battle for Middle-earth 2, is Smith's licensed spin-off of Command and Conquer. Actually, you had, in Battle for Middle-earth 2, you could control Sauron as a hero unit. Well, hero, quote-unquote, because he's the bad guy, but you get the point.
As the player character.
Yeah, as the unit that if this character dies, it's game over.
Yes. Speaking of things dying, though, I accidentally killed Cobalion.
Yeah. Cobalion, as I like calling him.
Cobalion!
But yeah, like, it's badass, and you know things are gonna go to shit if you once the player match and the enemy manages
I
to
got
get him
official
out.
business.
Because
Goblin
why
business.
wouldn't it? You're
Please
fighting
see table for business cards on
Sauron!
your way out.
Okay. Sing and, no glasses.
Sing with no glasses, Yoko, please watch these.
I got official business. Goblin
And
business.
now
Please see table for
let's
business cards on your way
continue
out.
trying to fight this Cobalion. Which Arceus only knows what a Cobalion is. It's probably... Did I just get a fucking critical hit? Well, that was really horrible. Oops.
Oops. No reset.
Yeah, assuming I can actually see to do the reset.
Well, it's a good thing. Well, it's a good thing I told you to turn off glasses for that reason. God, now it's gonna be hard for you to soft reset.
There we go. I think I finally got it. That was just a horrible thing to do, because I was starting to get it in the range that I wanted. But then you always get critical hits when you do not want them, and you never get them when you need them. And that's just how these fucking games go. At this point, I'm half tempted to shiny hunt, but the games are still 1 in 8,192
And
odds.
Shiny Charm didn't exist till the last game either.
No, it did not, and the only way to get it was to complete your national Pokédex.
Actually, it's the Dex habitat, not that Dex.
Oops. And down goes Molly.
Oh, Sacred Sword. Forgot about that. They did. Yeah, well, as I was saying, like, I just love a good RTS game. One of my favorite, the Dune RTS games take lots of liberties with the lore, as I mentioned before, but they're still Dune at the end of the day. They still have, like, one-corner houses and sandworms and stuff, you know?
Let's try a signal beam. Blast it, blast it, blast it.
But yeah, like, there's just some inherently funny thing about being able to pull out a character like Sauron in a licensed real-time strategy game.
Playing as the villain is always a funny experience. One of my favorite things to do in Star Trek Armada is to
Which, that's an
play
RTS staple.
as
Maniacal
the
Engineer, you can play as the
Borg.
Brotherhood of Nod. Going by Kane. Yes, that Kane.
Sorry, I missed what you were saying because I was trying to make my point while you were talking.
Well, basically, in Command & Conquer, you can play as the Brotherhood of Nod, who was formed by Kane. Yes, that Kane. From the Cain and Abel story.
Oh, that's kind of amusing.
He's still alive at the time of the series and formed a terrorist faction based on called Brotherhood of Nod, and meanwhile, oh, it's dead.
Yep,
But
it
yeah,
knocked itself out that time.
Meanwhile, the opposite faction, the good guys, is GDI, Global Defense Initiative, who were formed out of the Allies in an alternate World War II. Because the series starts in Red Alert as a prequel, which explains how the first game happened. Basically, World War II had a very different result because they removed a certain character from history by time traveling. So then it led to an even worse World War II between the Soviets and the US that was basically Cold War gone hot. And the events of that game lead to the main series, but then they have a weird divergence point that never quite explained that leads to a sequel to Red Alert 2 and 3 that get even weirder with the story. But like, it's a Command & Conquer has generally let you play as villains. It was as the Doom 2000 and the Doom 2000 you can actually play as House Harkonnen.
As who?
House Harkonnen from Dune.
I've never played Dune.
Dune as in the books.
Oh. Huh.
Like, it's an adaptation of the books that originally came out in the 80s movie, but then it got remade in the year 2000 and got a sequel to that. Using what they learned from Command & Conquer.
I see. That's very interesting.
But like it was, and then of course Warcraft allowed you to play as like multiple villainous factions before the Alliance and Horde had to team up shakily. StarCraft, none of the factions were truly villainous. That it was later revealed, but some of them very well could have been in the first game. Like, it depends on the RTS really, but it just ends up being a weird. Like RTS games generally let you play as villains is the point, you know.
Yes, that is what we were talking about, and I believe I just caught Cobalt Lion. Unlike my 55th billion attempt.
You can stop that now.
Anyone got nicknames for this thing?
Ballin, as in Ballin.
Let's see if chat's got any recommendations.
Fair enough, I named the last one.
Although it might just be Snowy hanging out there. If he
Fair
is.
enough. But yeah, like...
You know what? I technically don't have a Pokemon named Banana yet. I do have Pine Banana, but not just plain old Banana.
Banana!
So we'll call it Banana. That means we'll have to come up...
That reminds me of a funny time my friend got a full-on Magikarp Shiny. So guess what the guy in chat told him to name it?
What?
They told him to name it Daka, which is a type of strawberry-looking banana, as in red banana. You know,
I mean...
like the... Because Magikarp is yellow and it becomes a red Gyarados.
I have a Pokemon named Strawberry. It's very powerful.
Yes, but like it's a special type of banana that's colored red. So it's basically just a reference to both its alternate colorings, which is actually kind of clever.
Fair enough. My glasses got smudged.
I just love that. I love puns like that. Well, as you know, because I hang around you.
Yes, if you don't like puns, I'm not the right person to hang around.
Yeah, it's like... There's some really fun moments in RTS games, though. One of my favorite parts of... There's also LEGO Dimensions. LEGO Dimensions, oh boy, that was a LEGO game.
Yeah, it was.
Basically, one of my favorite lines in that whole game is the scene where Batman meets the LEGO movie Batman. And they immediately get into a fight over who's actually Batman.
Dandy. Sorry, I had to.
Yeah. Basically, they get in a fight over who's actually Batman. And it starts because he lands on the Lego Movie Batman's back, and he said, "You land on my back, man." So the response is, "I'm Batman." And it's like, "I didn't say, no, I'm Batman. No, I'm Batman. No, I'm Batman."
Will the real Batman please stand up?
Basically, and then they get into a fight, Lego style.
Yeah.
But there's also a funny... Surprisingly, the only Simpsons character to have lines recorded was Homer, because every other one is silent, which is sad.
Every one of them was what?
Silent. Only Homer had recorded lines for the game.
Did they actually get Dan Castellanetto to voice him?
Yep. They even got Peter Capaldi to voice the Doctor too.
And he would have been the Doctor at the time, wouldn't he?
Yep, and they used archive footage for the first 11 at the time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You can explore the TARDIS, and when you do, it changes appearance depending on who's current Doctor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Including black and white for the first two.
I still like my Lego
TARDIS.
TARDIS.
Attention to detail in that game. Oh yeah, the Doctor and Doc Brown poked ribs at each other's time machines.
Doc Brown's got nothing to stand on. I'm sorry. In that conversation, the DeLorean is nice.
That's the joke.
But
I can save the world 5 times over before this thing hits 88 miles per hour.
Yes.
And the other opposite end is, don't you say time travel? Didn't you listen to me when I said time travel in style?
Technically, the TARDIS can appear as more than a police box. It just chooses to appear as a police box.
Yes, but that's what the joke comes in.
Yeah, I know.
It's still funny. And then
a bit.
You have, like... Then you have... And then when you put Green Arrow next to any character, he just breaks the fourth wall somehow. Most notably, when he calls the Golas his archery buddy.
Oh, you know, I shouldn't have let Pichu faint, because that's not going to be good for its happiness.
Ooh, yeah. But you get the point, right? Like the archery buddy. The Golas and Green Arrow apparently are archery buddies.
Yes. Yeah, shooting
also,
arrows
Emmett
and
from the
stuff.
Lego Movie meets Owen Grady. Since they're both played by the same actor, this leads to an inevitable joke about their voices sounding similar.
Yeah. Yeah, these things happen.
Yeah. Also, Scooby-Doo is in the game, and he has some really funny dialogue. Especially with Nicholas Flamel from... I mean, not Nicholas Flamel, Newt Scamander from the Fantastic Beasts films.
There was Lego Scooby-Doo.
And Lego Dimensions was meant to kickstart that. Same for Lego Sonic, which took a while for Lego Sonic to kickstart later on, but...
Yeah, I think my Green Hill Zone is unfortunately in pieces, but that's still a nice, solid set.
Then they also had Mission Impossible in there, which had some really funny interactions with some characters. Most notably, the random arcade gamer kid in Midway Arcade Classics. Because Spy Hunter is one of those classics you can play with as him.
How the fuck do I have so little money?
There's some really funny jokes in that game. Just great. Somehow Mr. T shows up too as B.A. Baracus, because the A-Team somehow got in.
How do I have so
One of his
little
best
money?
lines in that game is, "I'm going to destroy the guy who made these crazy interdimensional flying machines," or whatever.
Ah, Snowy borrowed my money. But Bananas sucks! Like, Banana's just a legendary. We don't need to treat legendaries to anything.
But you get the point, right? It's just like,
Yes. Yeah, no, Lego Dimensions was a fucking fever dream. It really was.
I mean, that's what the right way to do a multiverse crossover is fever dream.
Yes.
That's why Super Robot Wars is that for Mecha Series. And its sister series, Project Cross Zone, which is actually canon to it. Imagine Have Phoenix Wright meet characters from Street Fighter, or those characters meet characters from Tekken, and those characters meet characters from Fire Emblem, and they're all in the same game.
Most of that stuff is talking nonsense to me.
Like, just basically have 80 characters from various different fonts.
Yeah. I get the overall message, but again, that's just explaining everything about LEGO Dimensions that I already knew about LEGO Dimensions.
Yeah, it's this.
I do not.
Project Crossum was that as part of Super Robot Wars canon. But Super Robot Wars is that for every mecha anime, including Gurren Lagann.
Big O?
What?
Does it have Big O in it?
It does.
Really?
This is every mecha series on Unknown Sun. They have Evangelion, they have Getarobo, they have Gundam. They have Ozinger, they even have Cowboy Bebop and Magic Knight Rare.
Yeah, but I'd expect something that advertises as having mecha anime to have Gundam. Big O is a lot more obscure.
They have Ultraman, they have Super Sentai. You know, those aren't even mecha. They even have Godzilla in the most recent one. It's called Super Robot Wars, not Super Gundam Wars. You get the point, right?
Yeah.
It has also has what was it? Code Geass. It has literally anything you can think of, basically. If it's remotely sci-fi or mecha related.
I was gonna say, I can think of a lot of things that probably aren't in it. I don't think they'd have Ouran High School Host Club in it.
No, but they do have, if it's remotely sci-fi or mecha, they do have it, basically. They even had, like, Space Battleship Yamato. It completed the Wave motion gun, for instance.
Snowy brings up a point. Do they have Voltron?
Yes, they actually do have Voltron.
Huh.
In fact, they've had so many of these games, 64 plus over 30 years, plus a multitude of spin-offs based off other stuff like other video games or Toku, that they actually managed to have a sub-series where they only have just their original, the OCs they use to tie these plots together. And all those OCs come together to find each other.
Interesting.
And that's where the Project Crossum games take place in continuity of that. It's just a really interesting premise. Hell, it was popular enough that they gave it a crossover of Armored Core, which is a mecha game series that was done by FromSoft with Souls-like thing.
Does Pichu have to evolve with happiness at a certain time of day? I don't think so.
No, just happiness in general.
Because I know Budu's, like, it has to evolve via happiness in the morning.
Yeah, the only ones that were day or night in that game were Umbreon and Espeon. You know.
Some of these things I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm old. No, I'm not. Don't tell Dawning I said that.
No, I won't. But Snowy might.
Snowy's not here no more. Snowy went to go check on the last few minutes of Dawning stream.
Gotcha.
I don't know that
Yeah,
for a
like-
fact.
Yeah, it's just a... Another Centuries episode is a similar game. It's basically if Bandai Namco had Super Robot Wars plot and the Armored Core gameplay. Whereas Super Robot Wars is mainly strategy RPGs, Armored Core is mainly an actual mecha fight game, which was sentimental for the genre as a whole in gaming space.
Alright, class, here's the question. Do I now go get Verizion? Because I can get Verizion, or Verizon, whatever I want to call it.
Yes, get Verizon Wireless.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But yeah, like...
But I'm not gonna fly there. I'm gonna
Nope,
walk.
we're walking.
Yeah, this time I'm gonna walk. No more beaming.
But yeah, like, as I was saying, this is a stupid, weird series, and it's great. It didn't come overseas until the second to last installment we've gotten, except for a couple of releases in the West that were based off the OCs, like I mentioned. But, like, this series has been all over the place because it's had 65 games across 33 years.
And how many of them would you actually have English access to? Just 2?
No, just 2 on modern consoles. There were 2 on Game Boy Advance, 1 on DS, and 2 on 3DS, and 2 on PS5 and stuff. But a lot of the series is fan translated, and I mean a lot. Like, it started on the Super Nintendo as like 7 games on that. And all those have fan translations. Some of the PS1 games have fan translations. All the PS2 ones do. The GameCube one does. The N64 one does.
I was talking about not having enough money. So let's see. I've got mushrooms I can sell you, lady.
Like, that is a very, very active fan translation community. To the point they were hard to be official translators for Southeast Asia territory. It's starting from one of the games where they purposely overproduced the ones in Southeast Asia in English to entice importing at the time.
I'm getting sniffed by a maid.
But you get the point, right?
Yes, I do.
Like, if they didn't want to take the plunge to release it overseas thanks to licensing costs there. So they would just release in Southeast Asia where licensing was better, translate to English, and overproduce those versions and entice importing in the US and Europe. But then, the 40th anniversary game did translate to English and go for the licensing fees.
I wish I could sell these more than one at a time.
It's like a very, very, very interesting franchise with multiple continuities full of... Not necessarily multiverse, though. Each continuity is its own single universe, aside from OG, which connects them all. But OG is its own unique breed, just because it doesn't have any of the licensed characters. So if an OC shows up in OG, it's not as if played them in a licensed game. But they will have the same story arc, more or less.
Okay, what else have I potentially got? I mean, I guess she buys lucky eggs, but I'm not selling her a lucky egg.
But yeah, it's just... You get the point, right?
Yeah. I don't have much to add to this conversation, MCH, because I've never played the games.
I'm just telling you, it's very interesting.
I'm sure it is, but I don't, like I've said, I don't have much that I can contribute here, because I've never played the games.
That's why I'm just making sure you're following along.
But like... There's not much else that I can say.
I understand, which is why I'm making sure you're following along instead. Let's just move on, then.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I am trying to at least partially pay attention to what I'm doing in-game. Contrary to when I play Ace Attorney and pay no attention.
Yeah. In any case, yeah, well... I gotta use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Okay, my restroom's
Don't forget to mute your mic this time.
Okay.
Alright.
Let me just do that real fast.
Okay. So let's see. Well, we should be able to get 2 legendaries in this episode. That'll mean that I would have caught about 30 Pokemon today, which is not bad. 30 Pokemon and exploring most of the areas I think that I can get to now that I have Surf. There's probably 1 or 2 that I'm forgetting about because I'm a doofus, but such is life. But yeah, the root fossil was right by this backpacker here. And again, I swear that I checked all over this area of Route 4 when I was originally playing this and looking for the root fossil. Oh, that was fast.
Like I said, my game room is next to my bathroom.
That's fair.
Just had to need to be saved because of,
Yeah.
In any case, yeah. The root fossil thing was astounding.
That confuses the hell out of me.
I don't know how that happened. Either we're blind or something happened and the computer changed.
I think it was something to do, like, I mean, obviously ROMs, patches, and shit like that's not an exact science. I'm pretty sure I got a burn heal from there, which is what the normal game has, so I think it just didn't patch properly the first time. Or there was one little, but like, I do have to review the footage. Pokey Delta made a fair point. I said I was going to do that. I should do that. I'll take a look.
That's so weird.
It is.
I'm glad you noticed that though.
Because yeah, I mean it stuck out like a sore thumb when I was on Route 4, and it was like, wait, where the fuck is this item? What the? Oh, wait, this is. I know what this is, but I swear it wasn't here before.
And it wasn't, most likely.
I'll find out, but...
Gotta do your homework first.
Yeah, I'll do my homework while I'm at work. That's the place to do homework, right?
Yeah, totally.
I mean, as long as I get the projects done that I'm working on, which you always do, nobody can complain.
Anyway.
Alright.
What is... There is one more thing I wanted to say, but I forgot what it was when I was going to talk with you today.
Well, if you don't remember, I certainly don't remember.
Yeah, obviously. Did you have a good Super Mario Day, though?
Well, yesterday was Mario.
Yeah, did you?
Did I what?
Have a good Super Mario.
I really didn't do much different.
Okay, then that's a good sign.
What do you mean that's a good sign?
No news is good news in this case.
Yes?
You didn't have anything bad happen, so
no.
That's a good day.
Tuesdays tend to be good days for me. I like Tuesdays because that's date night with the wife.
Okay, that's fair enough. Okay, then yeah, you did in fact have a Super Mario.
Yes. Though he never gets the dates with Peach, but that's just because he's bad at what he does.
And because Nintendo likes that.
Well, yeah. To be fair, I don't blame Link for not wanting to go out with Zelda. She's evil. This is the hill I will die on.
I know.
And in my continuity, she really is. It's funny and also very heartwarming? I don't know if heartwarming's the right way, but like encouraging. There's a word here that I'm trying to think of, but like I'm not getting it.
You made that joke and it ended up being semi-canon and Tears of the Kingdom $1,000,000.
Well, it's also nice how many people got in on the joke. Is what I'm trying to.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, I didn't realize it at first, but it makes sense now.
It's not right. It's not just Dawning, right? Dawning did the two big one, the two bigger ones, right? Which was, the ending of Breath of the Wild, and then, oh god. Well, I think Verizon's about to knock itself out. For those of you who have the Verizon network, I apologize. Verizon just knocked itself out.
I have T-Mobile, which is now becoming a monopoly. They bought Sprint and they're buying US Cellular.
Lovely. I don't remember which I have. I think I have Verizon. Oh God, my internet, my
Oh
phone.
God, you're blocking your own cellular data out. No.
I don't actually know what I have.
That reminds me of a joke from. Actually, it reminds me of a joke from Dragon Ball Z Abridged. Oh
Okay.
God, global warming. No.
Oh God, yeah, when he wakes up.
Yeah.
Oh boy. You know, again, one of the well, secret sword. Okay, you haven't raised your attack yet, but that was still enough. Oh, because it got a fucking critical. Of course you did. Screw you, buddy.
Thank you.
Thunder. Paralyze it, please.
Again, I kind of wish they did a original series of Bridge Team 4-Star. Like if they just want to move on from Dragon Ball to their greater Toonami Abridged.
There we go.
You know.
Yeah. I mean, they've done a magnificent job with what they've done. I can't ask for any more out of them. Not reasonably, anyway.
And someone else is tackling Super anyway, so who knows, someone might tackle the original series similarly.
Regardless, watching some of their, like, it occurs to me I would almost want to do a stream series or a something series where I do it as a character. Kind of like they did with Vegeta and Krillin, except I do it as like Old Bag or Manfred. Now, obviously, if I were to do something like that, I would have to like remove all of the alternate voices because it's not Old Bag. If
Yeah,
I'm
I
using,
always wanted to do something like that myself. Because I technically they also had a similar idea on Yu-Gi-Oh! For instance, when Eric played Vampire Masquerade Bloodlines. And later, Kaiba played Five Nights at Freddy's too.
but yeah, I feel like it would be a funny idea. But again, if that is the case, I would disable all of the voice channel point rewards on the channel because again, it's not Old Bag if you make me voice Von Karma. Or, you know, you could make me potentially do in Old Bag's voice Von Karma-isms like, you stupid farfel muncher. But I don't know. It's a potential.
Though.
It's a potential idea, maybe, but I don't think any of my characters. Well, first of all, I'm not iconic enough for this shit. Second of all, I don't think any of my characters or portrayals of the characters are iconic enough for this. But it's a thought.
If you did it, I'd be 100% down to playing some dude on my own design too. It also depends on the game you're playing, and it would definitely require like some setup in advance, depending on if you have multiple people or just yourself, you know.
Correct.
Or like, you know what would be funny? Doing something similar to real-time fan-dub Snapchat style. Where
Doing
we just look
what?
over all the cutscenes of a game without the actual dialogue or audio, and just dub over it with no practice beforehand. And only one of us actually knows the plot of the game, you know. That sort of thing, you know. Because like
I've never heard of that.
It's very popular in the Sonic community because it got a start with Sonic Adventure 2. But basically, they came up with they had a lot of good one-liners and scenes from the Sonic ones. But then they also did like Kingdom Hearts 1. They did Sly Cooper. They did Spider-Man PS4. The Until Dawn one actually ended up being spookier than the game itself, because it delved into meta horror as it went on. That sort of thing. They also did Subspace Emissary as a joke for April Fools, since that story mode in Smash Bros. Has no dialogue.
Interesting. Alright, I am not having any luck catching this thing. It's paralyzed. I mean, it's not in red health, but it's paralyzed. And I caught Cobalion without paralyzing it much easier. Boo to you, Verizon.
Quotes, like, I'm back in the fucking building again! Or the main villain, Shadow the Hedgehog, has literally become the devil from Christianity and introduces himself as such every opportunity he can. Hey, what's up? It's me!
I have never heard of this before.
It's very popular in the Sonic community, spawned lots of memes, especially after the first one went viral for Dr. Eggman's announcement. I'm Dr. Eggman, I've come to make an announcement! Shadow the Hedgehog is a bitch-ass motherfucker! And I can't say the rest without good conscience on your stream.
Yes, well. I don't know. Like I said, I mean, people seem to like the voices, which is why I put them as channel point rewards, but...
Playing a whole game as that voice would get...
I suppose it depends on what type of game that I... Like, if it's a relatively short game, I could see myself doing it. Like, okay,
yeah,
I'll tell you what I'm thinking.
Sonic the Hedgehog or something, I don't know.
No, I'll tell you what I'm thinking. Maybe like a side series of the old Humongous Entertainment games, which tend to be short.
Pajama Sam!
Yeah, so like Pajama Sam, Putt Putt, right? Things like that.
Freddy Fish. Freddy Fish is my favorite.
I'm not 100% sure what the premise would be for why Old Bag or Manfred von Karma or whoever would be playing these games meant for children. Maybe it's von Karma's punishment in hell or something.
I was gonna say that. Old Bag would probably be doing it just because it's spite for the younger generation, maybe.
Maybe.
Not even realizing that younger generation is grown up themselves now.
Well, to be fair.
Yeah. Humongous Entertainment made a lot of bangers using an engine made for point-and-click adventure games. Because remember, they used the Maniac engine.
I know Humongous, and I know that they're all point-and-click adventure games. They're really good. Oh, come on, Verizon! That was my only 2 timer balls. I no longer have balls. No, wait, I still have some, but still.
Because remember, Backyard Baseball got its start in that engine as well.
I don't remember that game, and I'm not as familiar with game engines as probably I should be, but...
It's a Humongous Entertainment sports game where all the athletes are kids.
Oh yeah, I think I do remember that now that you mention.
It had multiple spin-offs and ended up becoming the Backyard Sports series that outlived Humongous Entertainment. But the original game's the most fondly remembered just because it takes guts to turn a point-and-click game engine into a sports game.
I got bad news.
What?
I'm down to Strawberry and Pichu.
Oof.
And
yeah, like...
1 Giga... Well, 2 Giga Drains, technically, and Strawberry is done.
But yeah, like... It's just a great... They also managed to get full motion videos with Steve for the Blue's Clues licensed ones, which is also impressive.
It's not even shaking. I hate this thing. It's eating
They
up
actually
all
managed
my
to get
dust
full
balls, it's
motion
eating
video
up all my
cutscenes
timer
with
balls.
Steve. You know.
This is probably going to have to go into a take 3.
Maybe.
It's still got Giga Drains. I know it still has Giga Drains. I think it's only used like 2 or 3. And in this gen, PP increased to 10. Yeah, see?
Yeah.
I knew it.
Tank free! Give it up for tank free!
Well, again, we're still in it, but, like, at this point, yeah, that healed up most of its fucking health. So...
Yeah, like... As I was saying, and... They just knew how to program stuff like that. Sports games or cutscenes with Steam and adventure game engine, you know. The Blues Clues one's actually getting Steve to do that as well, so it's awesome.
And down goes
Why the second
Strawberry.
licensing hell? Well, that's a reset
I've got Pichu.
for now. Yeah, like... Among Us MK1 was cool.
It was great.
I just wish the Blues Clues ones weren't in licensing hell, just because, you know.
Yep, that's the end of it. Damn. Paralyzed and everything.
Entertainment used to be so much better back in the day. Like early Dora the Explorer, Carmen San Diego, Among Us Entertainment, The Oregon Trail.
Yeah, it's when people didn't care as much about how their games looked and cared about the story.
Or in the case of entertainment, both on TV and on game, they would care more about being entertaining. On
Yes,
top of entertaining,
also true.
rather than just like, where's the tree? Oh, there's the tree. You know.
Mm-hmm. Also, I'm glad it used Giga Drain on the first turn when it wouldn't actually recover any health from that.
God, I just. It's sad what's happened to entertainment.
It
I
is.
Go back and rewatch old entertainment shows like very early Dora, for instance. Because there's still enough to enjoy about them because they were entertaining. You know.
I suppose, yes. I'm not using Thunder Punch here because if I do, it's going to attack with, like, Secret Sword and knock itself out with the Rocky Helmet. I know what that would do.
Bill Nye Science Guy is another famous example. Which, fun fact, he actually did a show on Netflix called Bill Nye Saves the World, where he ends up delving into much more deeper topics for adults that grew up on Science Guy.
And, spoilers, he doesn't actually save the world.
No, but it's about his message of using science to help sway people to actually save the world.
Yes, well.
You get the point.
Yes, I do.
It's like, he tackles more intense topics like climate change or
Yes!
Alzheimer's, for instance. You know,
I caught it! Ha ha ha!
Nice.
Ultra Ball. Alright, 279.
Did you have to retry it first time, or was that second try?
You know, that was third time. Third time is, in fact, the charm. Little Pichu
Nice.
did not, Oh,
Name it AT&T as the sole remaining non-Verizon, non-T-Mobile
I
carrier
forgot.
in the U.S.
I forgot. I just breezed right through the nickname. That's alright, I'll go back to Castilia City. It's just on the other side of the forest, and I need to walk to get Pichu's happiness up. Did I catch one of these? I did.
American Telephone and Telegraph.
America's Telephone Satan. No.
That actually reminds me of a game I played called Guacamelee. At the end of the game, you have to help At the end of the game, you actually go to hell, and he runs a law firm named Devil's Advocate.
Yeah. That sounds right.
And not only that, it sounds like the EA logo. Totally not a jab at EA there.
I wonder what secret messaging that could have been.
Yeah. It's funny. He also got turned into a ghost by the main villain of that game.
Yeah.
To get the best ending, you do have to help him get back into his wall first, sadly.
But nobody wants the best ending anyway. I'm still not convinced that I ever actually accomplished the best ending in Shadows Over Loathing. But oh well.
Yeah. Well, in Kingdom of Loathing, yeah, there is technically no best ending, because when you end the game, you can do a new game plus under it, and infinitely, or to stay in Valhalla.
I mean, I got Dawning's favorite ending to Shadows Over Loathing.
Nice. But yeah,
Dawning's favorite ending is the one where lesbian love saves the universe.
Yeah. Sounds alright.
Oh, timid. I'd have preferred jolly.
Ow.
Sorry.
But yeah, like, Kingdom of Loathing has a weird system where you can stay in Valhalla or Ascend and do a new game plus. And the true super boss of the game requires you to do a new game plus on all 12 class types.
You know, I'd say this is the stupidest Cobalion ever, but actually its defense is its best stat, and I think that its special defense is its weakest stat, so that strikes me as actually not being a horrible nature for it.
God, what about Verizon?
I'm looking. No.
What's
No.
its nature?
Bold, which is minus attack plus defense.
Oh, that is bad.
Not that it's... I mean, its major stat is its special defense, mind you, which is... Ugh.
Close enough. Close enough.
But I don't like it. That's just bad. No, F minus minus for that.
Super F minus minus.
Yeah. No, wait, why did I put Pichu in there? I have to walk with Pichu. Anyway, no gym battles or story progress this time, but I did catch 2 legendaries.
And maybe next time we'll do gym battle or story progress.
I don't know. So, one thing that I did since last week was I actually looked up the level of Bryson's Pokemon. 63.
Oh God, that's a jump.
From 54, yes. But on the other hand, there's at least more between Skyla and Bryson, considering the fact that you can go off and explore a lot of areas with Surf.
And Dragon Spiral Tower.
There is no Dragon Spiral Tower.
Oh.
Not yet.
What's the one being that Celestial Tower?
Well, yes, but that's before Skyla.
Gotcha.
Like, what you have in between Driftvale City, right, Driftvale Gym, and, the ampersand is not a thing. Unless I'm crazy, I don't see ampersand anywhere.
Did you try other?
Yeah, I'm there now.
Oh, okay. Just let's just say and type it out then.
That really does not look good as a nickname.
It doesn't. It should be the full thing, but sadly no ampersand, like you said.
Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so theoretically you could get all of Route 6 before you battle Driftvale Jin. So that doesn't count. So the only things between Clay and Skyla that are, you know, possible to do level... I mean, strictly speaking, if you didn't grind on level 6 before you... or Route 6 before Clay, you could, but let's face it, in this game you probably already did, because you try every trainer you possibly can to raise your level. So it's Chargestone Cave,
And Celestial Tower.
Route 7, and Celestial Tower. That's it.
Yeah.
And Celestial Tower's not huge, neither is Route 7.
Well, Route 7 gets huger when you open it up, but that's after Skyla.
Which one?
Route 7, after you
No.
beat Skyla, it opens.
No. Beyond that, because you can get all the way to Twist Mountain.
Oh, yeah.
Right, and then after Skyla, it's Twist Mountain, but you also get Surf, right? So the battle with Charon before Twist Mountain is when you get Surf.
And suddenly the game opens up.
And yeah, so therefore what you technically have is, yes, Twist Mountain is literally the only dungeon between, but
We have every other route to go.
right, you've got all of the routes west of Route 1, then you've got Wellspring Cave, you've got that little area of Route 3, you've got Cobalion, you've got Verizon, right? So you've got all of Mistralton Cave, and the extra area of, like, the Rumination Field. And again, there's probably other places that I'm just not thinking of off the top of my head. Plus, I don't remember if I can go to, like, the gate on the other side of Icarus City. So it's entirely possible. Like, there's it's a lot more like, you look at my team right now, right? And
they're only level high 50s if I recall.
well, 59 to 60, 59 to 61, I believe, is the team as a whole, which is not that far off from 61, 60, you know, from 63.
So it won't take near as much grinding next time.
It won't. And I think that might be what I do next. I mean, obviously, I'm trying to raise up Pichu by walking with it. But I also do have to level it up, which is... I forget. Is there a massage trainer in this, or a massage...
Not sure if there is, but
there is.
It's been forever, but I think it might be in post-game.
Maybe, yeah.
Because a lot of shit opens up in post-game since you can explore Eastern Unova.
Yeah, I don't remember... Yeah, I really don't remember.
I don't either. And if I had to guess, it'd be Eastern Unova.
Yeah, well... But I will say that the shortest grind time or number of locations to grind for between gym leaders is between...
definitely Clay to Skyla.
No, Elisa to Clay.
Oh, that makes sense too.
Because technically you can have battled all of the trainers on Route 5, except for, like, the couple of ones that you battle with Charon and Alder.
And then the Mana appear on the bridge if you're lucky.
Yeah, Pokemon on the bridge. And then, again, Route 6 on the other side of Driftvale. But you're cut off at Chargestone Cave, so...
Yeah. Cold Storage, too.
Yeah. So you get some Plasma Grunts in there, and you get some regular trainers. But that's I think, by far the shortest that you have between gym leaders. And there was a big jump between Elisa and Clay. Like, I want to say that was also about 10 levels.
Yeah. I had to look that one up for you, remember? So yeah. Anyway. We got 10 minutes left. Oh!
What?
No, just all.
About what?
The 13 minutes left, actually. It was a joke.
I see. I didn't get it.
It was just me shocking and being shocked about the time flying was the point.
Yeah, it really does seem to fly.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I am not going to try to go through Charged Stone Cave. It's not worth it even to level up Pichu. You know what? I'm going to run around and I don't know. I don't feel like starting much of anything else. I've got this Pichu in my party. I don't know what it's...
Well, friendship evils do need a level to actually evolve.
I know they do. Do you know where the heck is the happiness checker in this game?
Let me check.
Because I don't want to level it up until I'm sure that it's ready to evolve. I feel like it might be back in Castelia. And once I get to Pichu to Pikachu, I've got Thunderstone, so I can immediately have Raichu. Just go the Lieutenant Surge route. I wish I could rematch Charles.
I'm trying to check. There is a massage. However, friendship boosts do not apply to it in this game.
What?
Yes. That's because they introduced befriending power as pass/O powers.
No, that's next gen.
No, it introduced in this gen, remember, an Enterling.
No, there's no such thing.
Past powers. That's what they were called, the Enterling. Don't you remember that?
Nope.
I did a lot with them back when I
played the game. Where's the happiness evaluator?
I'm trying to find that out. But apparently, because they introduced past powers in this game, there is a massage here. It's in Castello Street.
Castello Street. So that would be back in Castelia City.
Much more is 6%, more is 20%, a little bit more is 74%.
What?
As in how, like, basically if you had 74% happiness and more, it adds 5. If you had 20%, it adds 10. And if you had 6%, it adds 30.
What?
It's telling me the percentages of, like, you know, it's telling percentages of how much it can add to your happiness.
Massage.
Yes. 6% of the time it'll add 30, 20% it'll add 10, and 74% it'll add 5.
Oh, okay. So I need to go back to Castelia City.
Yep. But past powers were introduced in Gen 5. I'm surprised you didn't know that.
I never used them.
That's because they were tied to Global Link and Entralink, so that makes
Yeah,
sense.
so I never use them because I've generally been a solo gamer.
I mean, Entralink can still exist now, because there are methods to replicate it now, called Entralink, with a K at the end. I mean, KD.
You're still not answering my main question, which is where is the happiness checker?
Yeah, I'm trying to find that still. I'm not on the page for it yet.
It should be happiness checker.
Friendship Raiders is what they're
Or
called.
that, whatever. But there should be a page on Bulbapedia for it.
Found it, finally. Black and White is... It's Icarus City.
You know, I was about to say I thought I remembered it being there, but...
In Black to White 2, it's actually Bianca for some reason.
That doesn't sound incorrect.
Because you can call her on the X-Transceiver outside of online mode.
Okay, so in which building is the massage lady?
She's on the street.
On the street?
Castello City. Castello Street.
No, she's in a building.
I just know it's at Castello Street.
Yeah, but that's probably referring to in a building on Castelia Street. It's not you. Yeah, you're the guy who gave me the Eviolite, which is, at the moment, useless to me.
If you're not going upstairs, I'd say just check the street.
She's not in the street, I'm sure of it. Because most of the trainers in the street are just the ones that run around like idiots and don't interact with you. I want to say you're one of the few that don't. And yeah, you're just random dialogue.
Gotcha. I was thinking the ones that are random dialogue.
No. 'Cause this is Castelia Street.
Yep. Well, the Friendship Checker is in Icarus City. There's also one in Arsene City, but it's a lot less...
Accurate.
It's a lot more vague. It's a lot more vague than the one in Icarus City, so...
Fair enough. Yeah, this is just a bit... I remember her being in this city, but if you're saying she's in Castelia Street, that's wrong.
What it says here.
Oh well. It's the name raider who's here.
And 5, massage. I'll go to the page on massages. On Castelia Street on the ground floor of the building on the west side.
Building on the west side. There's 2 buildings on the west side. No, wait. It might be. Oh, you know what? My item finder is an angry face. I don't think this is actually Castelia Street.
Business. Please see table for business cards
Oh,
on your way.
yeah. That's not. That's the end street. The 4 main streets are the ones I'm talking about. That's Central Plaza. So.
And it's not there. So that's the gym street. You
can
got a
check
present.
on the first area which one is which.
Yeah, you got a present, by the way.
Yeah, I see. I'm gonna wait until we solve this first.
Which one is Castelia Street?
Check the signposts.
I am. So I think it was this one. Yep. West side. So I was kind of getting there.
Yeah, you were just on the wrong
I was on the wrong street. I saw the thing that popped up for Castelia City, and I was like, okay, this is Castelia Street, but yeah. Pichu!
Alright, now I'll just say no left arm after this.
Alright.
We
I've
only
got to
got
get...
3 minutes left anyways.
Well, I've got to get to Isurus City, and then find the feelings checker, and then, you know, see if my Pichu's ready.
What'd you say?
What are you saying?
What did she say on
Oh, a little bit.
Oh, that's +5 happiness.
That's still something.
Yep. You got the 74% then.
Yeah, which, to be fair, such is life.
I could have done a stupid voice, but I'll be honest, I find those kind of boring because they pop up so often in the wheel.
Alright, I'm not walking back to Isurus City or Icarus City or whatever. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna fly.
Let me just, go back to the Friendship Raider.
We're gonna fly. Also, Snowy, I don't think you were here when I was discussing this possibility. You were probably hanging out in Dawning's stream. I'm debating a very stupid idea.
Pokemon Fan Club is where you want to go.
That's kind of what I... See, I remember that the Pokemon Fan Club was in Isurus, and I figured that's probably where it is.
Yeah.
I can sell ore to you, and I probably will. But not right now. Now I have a mission. And that mission is to evolve this Pichu. Twice.
Which once will be hard enough, but...
Yeah, once is going to be difficult. The second evolution, I've already got the Thunderstone.
Yeah.
The idea doesn't First of all, I have no idea what game you're talking about. What... Oh, no, you're talking about the Old Republic. Knights of the Old Republic. Yeah. No. It involves different games, but not specifically Knights of the Old Republic. Or even Knights Who Say Nee. The idea is... Hang on. It's quite friendly towards you.
Okay, that is 200 for 254. You're close.
How much do I have to...
255.
Oh. Hi, Jay. Well, you're here, like, right as I'm trying to end, but sure. Well, okay, not necessarily end, but probably will be ending relatively soon.
Basically, you have... If it says it's super friendly to you, that's when you get level up, but quite friendly means you're close.
Yeah, I figured that it wasn't quite. So, alright, I'll be here for a little while longer. Would be kind of... Would be kind of funny if Jay shows up, gets an ad, and by the time the ad is done, I finished the stream.
It would be funny.
I'm not gonna do that, mind you, but... Okay, so I was reminded of this stupid idea by the fact that you were talking about my silly voices, Snowy. So... Team 4-Star does a thing where they play video, or where they played video games basically as some of their characters, right? So they had Vegeta plays, they had Krillin plays. I think they even did like Goku plays. Some of the games.
Two Saiyans play.
Yeah, two Saiyans play. So I'm considering, right, where they basically play the video games as their characters.
Oh, here's a good one that might speed up the process. Learn a TM or HM.
I taught it a couple already. But okay, let's see what TMs and HMs I've got. I can probably teach it Volt Switch.
It gives you +1 for each one learned.
And I do have the Soothe Bell. Anyway, so what I'm thinking...
Oh, not at your level, though.
What do you mean not at my level?
At 200 to 255 friendship, it doesn't do anything, so never mind.
Oh. Huh.
Using a wing does +1 regardless. Using a environment does
Oh,
+2.
geez, well... Here we go.
Oh, never mind.
That's going to be 280. But okay, so I never actually finished the idea. The idea would basically be that I do a mini-series or something where instead of playing a game and I am Maniacal Engineer, I would instead play the game as Old Bag or as Manfred von Karma. So it would be playing the game as a character with the character's voice instead of playing it as myself.
It's basically something a bridge series like Team 4-Star and Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge have done with their characters from them. And it would be, he was thinking humongous edutainment games.
Yeah, so I was thinking things like Pajama Sam or Putt Putt, just because they'd have to be short games.
Yeah. It can't be long because we're not that talented like they are.
Well, even then, like, you go to Renegade for Life, the videos for that aren't that long, but, you know, again, those were edited, so... Alright, so that's the last major thing that I wanted to do today. Because it is a little bit past where I normally stop streaming.
Yeah, then they reversed that in Gen 9 finally. After only one gen of that, it also applied to Eevee. I don't know why they stopped pushing Eevee as second mascot recently, because they were doing it for a bit, you know.
Because it never really was the second mascot.
It was, though.
Sort of, but not really.
Like, they still somewhat push it as a second mascot. Just not as much as they did in Gen 7 and 8, you know.
Alright, we'll place... Oh, I did not mean... Whatever that was, I did not mean to put that there. Alright, grab the Soothe Bell. It's been more than 5 minutes. Let me take my thing off the arm.
A lot of people do. That's why it became the second mascot.
Took the Soothe Bell. And we'll move this thing to here. Box list. Uh-oh. Yes, Jay? What are you thinking? And why are we thinking?
Well, he made that joke about you earlier.
Yeah, I know, but still, why are we thinking? It can be dangerous to think. Alright, so I need a 6th Pokemon. For this next gym, I'm going to put Guard Maiden back in the party. Oh, yes, about the story. Do tell. In fact, I'll let you tell. Like, I'm planning on ending the stream soon, because, again, it's after when I normally would, but let me know what your thoughts are on the story, because I remember this was what we were talking about towards the end of Monday's stream. Was the advice helpful, by the way? Like, I'm actually kind of curious about that. I have Guard Maiden in the front. Should. Yeah. Oh, good. Okay. That's good. Swamply.
Alright, I'm probably gonna get going now.
Fair enough. I'm gonna end stream relatively soon, but I just wanted... I want to hear Jay out, and I'm gonna raise up Guard Maiden a little bit in the interim. So, thanks for hanging out with me tonight, MCH. We'll talk again soon,
Thanks
buddy.
for having me.
Alright, can't forget the most important things, which are the lucky eggs. Oh, Guard Maiden's already holding the lucky egg. Fine. Be that way. Be that way. We'll swap out. Again, this is in anticipation of needing to do some level grinding next time. I'll put the actual items back. We're not going to give Juggernaut an item. Alright, if you say so, Jay. I will... So, I looked up Bryson's levels. Not his team, his levels. He is level 63. Guard Maiden, for sure, is a bit low level. Yes. Yes, it does. Most of my defeats are from gym leaders. 63. Skyla, who kicked my ass repeatedly, but I don't mind. In fact, I even named my new computer after her. Skyla was level 54. And Clay was in the level 40s, I believe. So, yes, no, Blaze Black, by the end of this game... So, the one thing that I did look up levels, right? So the end of this game has 2 trainers, where the majority of their Pokemon are in the level 90s, and their ace Pokemon is level 100. You can probably guess who those 2 trainers are. But that's the level of difficulty we're talking about here. No, Red is not in this game. Red's in Black 2, White 2, but we're talking about characters that are actually in base game. No. No, they're higher level than they are in the... Obviously, because I think Bryson is... Actually, Skyla's about where their levels are. So... No, we're talking... Okay, it's Elder, who you don't actually battle during the... Like, when I say the end of the game, I mean, like, the actual post-game end. Not, like, story end of the game. So it's Alder is one, and the other, of course, is Cynthia, who does appear in black and white. So that's going to be a fun time. But yeah, okay, Jay, if you're not going to say any more about your story, then I'm going to probably... No! 2 generations! Because she's in Gen 4 and 5! And 8, technically, with Blaze Black, Volt White, or... Not Volt White. Not Blaze Black, Volt White. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. Doi. Yeah, so you went into that one house in Undella Town, you heard the piano music, and unlike the rest of us who heard that piano music, you didn't realize what was happening, and before you knew it, you were flat on your ass because Cynthia beat you up. I believe it. I absolutely believe it. But alright, I've healed up. Maybe the last thing to do, I think, is going to be... Nobody lets Cynthia beat the snot out of them. She just does. Whether you want her to or not. Alright, we're starting to get some money back. But this is, yeah, with the team healed up, with 281 Pokemon caught, basically, I think most, if not all, of the areas prior to Isurus City explored that I can explore with Surf. This is going to be where I end things off for today. So next week there will be a bit of level grinding before the gym, but I will potentially get to the ice gym next time. I think I've got a relatively good team for taking it on. Like, I've got Juggernaut, who takes neutral damage from it, but can hit it with, can hit them with Brick Break, which should be pretty good. Plus, Seed Bomb if there's any water ice types. I've got Baconator, who can deal super effective fire damage, takes neutral damage because of its secondary ground typing. I've got Wanda, who's got the super effective steel. I've got Strawberry, who quad resists and can deal super effective rock. So, I want to think I'm in good shape. I really do. But with the gyms in this game, you never know. Because I thought I was in decent shape for Skyla. We'll see. We will, like I said, most of the defeat count comes from gym leaders. Some from Clay, because his Excadrill was horrible. Some from Skyla. At least one from N, because I was not expecting that battle with every Rotom form. And then, I think one from Charon. So, boss battles in this game are rough. I'm not ashamed to admit it. And the defeat count exists for a reason. So, you can catch Rotom in Chargestone Cave, Jay. So, N basically does keep his theme of using Pokemon that you can catch in the area, but it's just Rotom, and he has all Rotom forms. I think outside of base Rotom, but I could be... Yeah, Like, all of the and the elemental rotoms in this game, by the way, learn more than one move of their secondary type. So, for example, Ice Rotom also has Glaciate, which, I may remind you, is a Kyurem legendary exclusive move otherwise. So this game is not fucking around. But whatever. It's still fun. And again, I enjoy a challenge. But the challenge will have to wait until next week when I continue this series. You think you're in love. Well, I mean, I'm gonna tell you that it exists. You can do your own research and download it yourself. Meantime, though, if you only caught part of tonight's stream because you were checking out Dawning's stream or you were otherwise engaged, you can go to my YouTube channel where I will have this episode uploaded as soon as possible, and it won't have the break in it from where my internet fucked up. So that'll be a thing because the recording is consistent. If you are on YouTube and you only caught me on... What the fuck does rank W mean? I don't know. But if you only caught me... Or if you're watching on YouTube and you want to catch me live on Twitch, I go live there every Monday and Wednesday evening at 7:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time. You can also catch me with legitimate Pokemon content over on the Bulbagarden channel over there. Sunday morning, I will be returning to my mime-licking ways in Ultra Sun. So, that's fun. You can also catch other streamers there, like Dawning Winds, who was streaming Legend Z-A this evening. You can also catch streamers like The Caps Fan, or Mochi, or Abby. Dawning can also potentially be found on her channel over there. Caps Fan can be found on his channel over there. And MCH, who was with me for most of this evening, can be found on his channel over there. MCH is now streaming Pokemon Fire Red on his channel, so definitely give that a watch if you can. And Jay, it's mostly going to be Z-A in general. I'm maybe slightly warming up towards the idea, but it's still the worst region, and I'm still pissed off at its existence. But that's another story for another day, or more accurately, that's a story I've covered on previous days in the past. So, we're not going there. Oh, right, one other quick thing that I wanted to check. I did want to check to make sure that my catch count actually matches my national dex. So, I'll take just a second and do that. Yup, 281. Good. So, alright. That's going to do it for me for tonight. So, as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never going to give you up. Never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching, and God bless this mess. I'll see y'all on Sunday.